Good evening. It's Tuesday, October 8th, 2024, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. You're watching Co-op for Two. This evening, we're going to be playing a brand new game called Murderous Muses that I just stumbled across on Amazon. Doesn't seem to be anything about it anywhere. However, it has an interesting pedigree because it's based on a video game. It's been out a couple years. I think even this particular game, which they're billing as a case file game, has been out for a couple of years, or at least 1 year. And the video game of the same name has been out for a while. Jonathan Warner on the channel has played it, had given us a little report on the Discord about it. And it's an interesting game. It's a mystery game, but it's the video game, at least. It's a FMV game. If you don't know what that means, it means full motion video. These are old computer games that may have started, well, I guess they're originally, you might say, they started with the Laserdisc arcade games. And then we saw them on the PC. The one I remember is The Seventh Guest. Basically, it's like an adventure game, but occasionally you'll get real video playback. Sort of low quality, low resolution video playback with real actors and so on. Maybe you might put these in the same class or similar adjacent class as the VCR games. So those are FMV games, full motion video games. And this company that makes this, Davaki, D''Avaki, or Aveki, they make a couple of them. A couple of these FMV video games. And they also make a whole bunch of games that are in this form factor, but are murder mystery dinner party games. And I haven't played any from this company, but I have played that class of game. For those of you who don't know it, they're almost always for like 6 to 10 players, somewhere in that range. And each person at your dinner will have a role to play. They'll get a little summary sheet that tells them who their character is. Maybe it might suggest what outfits they would wear, and sometimes these games include a suggested dinner menu you could prepare and invitations to send out, and you have your guests over, and over the course of a meal, everyone has certain scripted things to say, and at the end you generally vote for who you think the murderer is. So what is in front of us now? It's the first game, the only game they've made that's in this format. They have a bunch of the murder mystery games that look like this in the same box, and they have a bunch of the video games, and then they have one of these, which they've called a case file game. And case file is sometimes a term used for the cold case games where you get a bunch of documents, you just try to go through them, understand them, and solve a mystery. But this one's a little bit different. It looks like it's mostly that, except it has a little directory, a very small directory of places you can go and paragraphs you can read. And in that way, it's a little bit similar to Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. So a little bit of a hybrid game here. I'm very curious to see how that works for them. I do think there is that the idea of a game that combines the best of the cold case file games and Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective sounds like a great idea to me. It's not been done super well so far. We've seen little experiments with it. This is not going to be a major, it's not big enough. The directories aren't serious enough for it to really qualify as what I'm looking for, but I am curious to try it. All right, let's see if there's any other bookkeeping to catch up on. Jonathan says, 7th guest has been made for VR. YouTube says 10 concurrent viewers, 3 likes. I do appreciate those of you who jump on these videos and give them a like. And I should say thank you to the Patreon supporters of this channel. We had some drop this month, but a new one joined this month. Patreon is bringing in about $94 a month. You can see all that information on the Patreon page. It's all open and transparent, but I purchased this game on Amazon. I think it's about $30, and I did so with the help of the supporters of this channel, and I do appreciate it. Amazon is having one of their regular Prime Day sales on the Discord. Someone was pointing out that the Cryptic Killer games are on sale for like $17 each. I think those Cryptic Killers under $20 are some of the best bargains you can get in the cold case game. So if you're waiting for an excuse, now might be the time to pick them up. A little bit of bookkeeping about our schedule. So today we'll play Murderous Muses. I suspect we'll finish it tonight. If not, we'll continue tomorrow. If we do finish it tonight, maybe we'll play something else tomorrow. Over the weekend, on Friday and Saturday, I've scheduled Time Stories Cavendish, which is the small box behind me here. It looks like a little Time Stories Haunted House mashup. We were going to play Curios Jasper Park, this manila envelope thing, tonight, but I switched it around because I'm curious about this game. But we will fit in Curios Jasper Park at some point this month, maybe during a Saturday or Sunday afternoon. And last weekend, we played 2 nights of On Circus Grounds, which was a mixed experience. Lots of it really good, some frustrations. And I might have been a little harsh on it. Marcos says, what do you think about the High and Low project of Spike Lee? I have not heard of that. Are you saying that Spike Lee is remaking Akira Kurosawa's High and Low? That sounds like what you're saying. I am not a huge fan of Spike Lee. He's a little too self-indulgent as a director for me, and a little too, what would you say? A little too stylized, willing to have actors be a little too cartoonish. I like my stuff a little more serious. Marco says I posted something on Discord. Okay, well, that's a that seems like a poor match to me. For my money, High and Low is a very delicately, subtly, masterfully directed movie by someone who knows how to catch very subtle things. And the idea of Spike Lee, I think of Spike Lee as the opposite of that. So I have a hard time seeing how that's going to work. But we already have High and Low. So what? It's not like they're going to harm it for me. All right. So let's open up Murderous Muses and see what we got. So I take it the basic story is the same as the video game. I hope nothing's going to be ruined, Jonathan Warner and others who have played the video game version of this. But as I understand, the video game is randomized. So each time you play it, it's got a different murderer, a different murder weapon, etc. So I guess if you know the story, it's not going to be ruined. Now, there's something else to say about this. Well, let's see. When we go through the rules, I'll see if there's a good time for it. Okay. Check your contents. 7 suspect interviews, 6 postcards, a news article, 4 script pages, the solution, Merlehaven directory inquiries, and a crime scene report. How to play. You are detectives visiting the strange island of Merlehaven, trying to solve the year-old murder of artist Mordecai Gray. His case was reopened after a TV show drew attention to it, and Chief of Police Justice Hoon has asked you for assistance. Examine the evidence. Set aside the solution and directory inquiries booklet. You may examine all remaining pieces of evidence in any order. Then there's a little asterisk that said you can watch optional video evidence for this game and get any last-minute updates by visiting this website. So I visited this website today, and there's a link. There's really no updates, no other information. There's a link for videos. I clicked on it, and it said playlist doesn't exist. I emailed them and got a reply within an hour saying, the playlist got messed up, but I'll fix it. And they fixed it. So there's a real person behind this company who's dealing with things very quickly. Pretty impressive. Okay. So we do have the playlist. It's 4 short, like 1-minute videos. I didn't watch them, so I don't really understand how they match in, but we'll find out. Okay, follow-up leads. At any time, peruse the Merlehaven directory. To visit a place in the directory, read its corresponding entry in the previously set-aside directory inquiries booklet. For example, to visit the docks, read entry M97. There's the hybrid. Tick the checkboxes in the directory to keep track of your moves. No mention of scoring. Solve the case. When you're ready to finish the game, solve the case. Please read the solution. So mostly offline. Want more Murderous Muses? Once you've solved the case files game, dive into the video game and watch paintings come to life as your favorite suspects talk to you. Okay. So this is the directory. So here are the places that you can go in the book. So that's the directory. And then we've got a set of postcards. Pretty creepy. Put this aside for a minute. Got a newspaper. We'll look at that in a minute. We've got, all right, so these are all the evidence things, statements, reports that we can go through, just like a normal cold case game, I guess. Well, I'm not sure what these things are. 1, 2, 3, 4. Report. Looks like witness statements. Where is our solution? Solution. Okay, so solution gets put away. All right, these are evidence. I guess they're going to be suspect interviews, script pages, directory, and crime scene report. Okay, and the newspaper. So this is the booklet for looking up directory entries. So let's just take a look at what it looks like. So lots of numbered paragraphs. So that's, I guess we do that when we want, or first we should read all the evidence. At any time, check out the directory. Okay, so while we're going through the evidence, you can check out, we can go visit a place. All right, let's read our newspaper first. Flock of Starlings by Mordecai Gray. Oh, painting, artist. Okay, why done it? The Merlehaven Chronicle. All the nautical news since 1959, 20 pence. 20 October 2023. Why done it? Mordecai Gray's Murderous Muses. Why done it? The motives behind Mordecai Gray's Murderous Muses, 20 October 2023, by Daniel Breckridge. Merlehaven police recently reopened their case files in the murder of Mordecai Gray after a damning expose from the cult cable TV show Merlehaven's Unsolved Mysteries. The show uncovered a plethora of evidence previously overlooked by Justice Hoon, and pointed the finger again at the same 6 murderous muses from the original investigation. The half-hour-long episode covered many aspects of the murder, including the means that were used on the victim and the window of opportunity for when the attack may have occurred, but little was mentioned about what could have motivated the killer. The first suspect, Catherine Myers, is currently serving as the Vice Justice of Merlehaven, residing under Justice Hoon. There have been many rumors pointing to Mordecai's death as an inside job cover-up for something that was going on at Merlehaven Manor. The victim had served time there himself and had perhaps uncovered something they didn't want out in the open. B.J. Myers has also been linked to the Luxurous cult, and it is this paper's understanding that she is currently working on passing laws to legitimize luxurious activities. So that little asterisk at Merlehaven Manor, that probably means it's an entry we can look up. Oh, no, it doesn't. There's an asterisk here. Merlehaven's Justice Department have not provided a response. Okay, I thought it was trying to tell us that it was a location. Okay, next suspect. Dominique Serrant is the second suspect and is a burlesque dancer at the Moonstruck Lounge. After cutting her Broadway career short to care for her terminally ill father, Miss Serrant allegedly struggled for money and was charged with petty theft from the lounge last year. Those charges were later dropped, but are rumored to have been linked to a windfall she was expecting from the victim that didn't arrive. It's posited that she may have been offered a large sum of money to sit for Mordecai Gray that later never arrived. Okay. Sole undertaker Lilith Rendell is the third suspect in this case, and her potential motive is the least clear. However, a porter at Merlehaven General said they'd seen some unusual activity at the hospital docks over the last few years. Whilst it's not uncommon for Rendells to pick up the recently deceased from the hospital for preparation back at the funeral home, according to this source, dead bodies had been coming back into the hospital. The porter we spoke to has since been dismissed, and the police say they need more evidence to start an inquiry. Otto Pipistrel of Otto and Pip is the fourth muse in the lineup, whose career ended after a fan took a fatal overdose in his hotel room. Otto provides his own motive as he believes he was conned into selling his beloved ventriloquy puppet Pip to the victim, which has since gone missing. He confessed his spell of sobriety was short-lived, but now he puts all his efforts into finding his missing friend and making his drinking habits more sustainable. Former doubles champion Sunday Finch is the fifth suspect in Mordecai Gray's murder investigation, and since the loss of her twin sister Monday, has not competed professionally in any tennis tournament. While she continues to train alone, she has stated she's not ready to play until she finds her parents, who left Millhaven shortly after their daughter died last year. According to close friends of Miss Finch, she still blames Mordecai Gray for her sister's death, which makes her a prime suspect in this case. And finally, Xavier Hahn, Merlehaven's heart surgeon cum clockmaker, is the sixth muse under suspicion. He had no alibi for the time of the murder, but instead told the police he was waiting at home for the return of his ex-wife, Carolyn Hahn. She had been serving time on the mainland for the attempted murders of Xavier and his mother, for which he gained a small inheritance, but was released early on a technicality relating to tampering of evidence. Her sister, Claire Aldringham, believes Mordecai knew more than he should have about their situation, and further claims Xavier is to blame for his mother's death. All six suspects sat for portrait paintings with Mordecai Gray last autumn, but nobody knows why he chose them as his muses. Perhaps all would have been revealed by the artist himself at his Gallery Argenta exhibition last Halloween, should he have been alive and able to attend. Okay, 6 suspects, 6 postcards. And we've got couple little partial articles here. Let's just look at them while we're doing it. Gary's caught selling out for mental health reasons. If you've moved house or needed extra storage, the chances are you're already seeing the most bizarre things. People don't even attempt to cover it up, says Gary. Sometimes we have to flamethrower the containers just to clean them out for the next customers. Fishing competition, all catches weighed. There be goblins, and then there are hills. The recent tourist season has seen an influx of Englanders visiting the hills exhausted, or exhausted. Many of them don't bother seeking medical treatment after the incident, and later find themselves deteriorating rapidly. The coroner has put out a plea for murderers with leftover ... Okay, partial article. Okay, so Mordecai Gray is clearly an artist. The 6 suspects all have their various motives, and they sat with him. So let's take a look at these postcards. I guess these are going to be our suspects. Here's Dominique Serrant. Let's see if we can get a close-up of these. Here's, I guess, a painting of Dominique Serrant. Better known as her alter ego, Miss Moonstruck, talented dancer Dominique Serrant regularly performs her bewitching blend of ballet and burlesque at the Moonstruck Lounge. At one time set for stardom on the West End stage, Dominique's path took an unexpected turn due to a tragic death in the family, but London's loss soon became Merlehaven's gain. Okay. Dominique. Here we have Little Rendell by Mordecai Gray. As the last remaining funeral director on the island, Lilith Rendell ferries Merlehaven's souls to their final destination. Angel to the bereaved, she comforts those left behind while pioneering carbon-neutral cremations and burials using compostable coffins. Okay. Otto Pipistrel. There he is with his ventriloquist dummy. Otto and Pip are Merlehaven's most famous comedy duo, having secured Best Comedic Performance for 3 years running at the prestigious Golden Auk Awards. Pip also has his own solo career, which includes a best-selling children's book and a cartoon based on the Pip is Hip universe. Okay. Next up, Professor Catherine Myers. Professor Catherine Myers is Merlehaven's current Vice Justice, serving under Justice Hoon, and is directly responsible for maintaining criminal laws and rehabilitating offenders. She's also the mastermind behind Merlehaven Manor, the island's only penitentiary, allowing offenders to rehabilitate closer to home instead of being sent overseas. Sunday and Monday Finch by Mordecai Gray. Sunday and Monday, Merlehaven's most remarkable twins, were already well known as the miracle test tube daughters of geneticists Goddard and Constance Finch, but they found fame in their own right on the tennis court, quickly becoming the world's youngest and most memorable doubles champions. Xavier Hahn. Perfectionist surgeon turned clockmaker Xavier Hahn is Merlehaven's most in-demand artisan. He took a small hiatus when his mother died last year, and more recently after divorcing his wife Caroline. But his reclusiveness and rare output has made him more in demand than ever. The chat says, looks like the birds maybe form letters. Well, that's an interesting observation. I can kind of see that, yeah. I can kind of see like this circle, like maybe a B upside down. A little hard to say what it means without something else. But yeah, there's like smudges too. It's not just birds. That looks like it could form. Interesting. Yeah, strange. Well, we'll come back to it. Walking star. Okay, so we've met our suspects. We heard about a couple of places. We'll probably want to start keeping track of places we want to visit. But I think for now, let's just go through some documents. I'd like to get a feel for what these are here. We've got some double-sided reports. This one is from the police department. These are what? 1, 2. These are the script pages. Is that right? There's 4 of them. 4 script pages. So was this the TV show that got the case reopened? Merlehaven's Unsolved Mysteries? Yes. Okay. So this was the show opening. Halloween, drugged by ketamine, murder weapon. So this was the TV show investigating the murder that got the case reopened and sent to us. All right, well, let's put that aside. I just want to organize these a bit. We've got the original report of the death, maybe. And then here are going to be our suspect interviews, 6 of them. Okay, so actually, we've got, I don't know why that one's different. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Why are there 7? Who's Sasha Venice? So we've got suspect, 6, 7 suspect interviews. All right, so we've got 1 new suspect that's not in our normal people of interest. But there are our interviews. There's the TV show. And then we've got a police report. So I guess we'll start with this police report. Jonathan says, you mentioned at the start, but I believe I sort of missed it. Did you find the YouTube videos? Are they clips the scripts represent? I did find the YouTube videos. And I do think they are these. I think they are these scripts. I think they are. That's right. So what does the game say about them? You can watch optional video evidence for the game. Okay, well, when we open these, we'll turn... Well, let me just show it to you. I'll show you what it is. So here's the playlist. Murderous Muses case files 1, 2, 3, and 4. They're all a minute 30. They're all 4 under 2 minutes. So I think they may actually be these. Show opening, Halloween, murder, drugged murder weapon. Here we have, can't really read any subtitles, just 1, 2, 3, 4, but they seem to match up with the script pages. We'll take a look at those before, when we get to this. All right, let's look at this police report here. Case of Mordecai Gray, CSO 1, 31 October 2022, Justice Hoon. Oh, this is our crime scene report. I received a call from Sasha Venice, 5 minutes past 9 on the evening of 31st October, Halloween. She was concerned that artist Mordecai Gray had not yet appeared for his own exhibition at Gallery Argenta, which she informed me had started at 7 p.m. this evening. Gray was expected to attend. Sergeant Jackson and myself headed to Gray's artist loft and arrived around 9:30 p.m. Mordecai Gray's artist loft. Nobody was spotted entering or leaving the apartments at Sunvale Parade when we were there. Mordecai Gray is well known to live in the area and had painted his apartment door to look like an open doorway even when it's closed. The door was locked on arrival. With no sign of forced entry, I knocked several times and announced our presence, but Mordecai was not answering. I did not expect this to be a murder investigation, so I touched the door handle to see if it was unlocked, but it was not. Fortunately, Sergeant Jackson had brought his lock-picking kit with him, so I asked him to gain entry. No prints or photographs were taken, and I take full responsibility for this oversight in retrospect. Crime scene. Upon gaining entry to the apartment, it was immediately clear that someone was in trouble. The room lights were off, but moonlight worked well enough to show me a figure tied to a chair in the middle of the room. I instructed Sergeant Jackson to retreat back through the doorway and call for backup whilst I checked for armed intruders, as is Merlehaven police protocol. I found a light switch quickly and turned it on. I could see now the victim tied to the chair, arms behind their back, drenched with blood, which had pooled heavily on the floor. The apartment itself was a living room, which is immediately entered via the front door. Open plan with a small L-shaped kitchen, and then a further door to a bedroom. I wore gloves before proceeding further and quickly secured the area. When I was satisfied the perpetrator was no longer at the scene, I shouted for Sergeant Jackson to call for an ambulance, which he reported he already had when he was calling for assistance earlier. I then approached the body to see if there was anything I could do to help whilst waiting for medical assistance to arrive. The body. Mordecai Gray had no pulse on examination. He had been tied to a wooden dining chair in a hostage-like fashion with a thick braided rope that looked like it could be used for climbing. Further examination of the apartment found no such rope, but the chair was identical to another that was positioned under a breakfast bar in the kitchen, so I assumed the killer hadn't brought it with them. The blood looked relatively fresh, indicating the killer had acted in the last few hours, and there were multiple stab entry wounds in the victim's shirt, but no sign of a murder weapon nearby. Finally, and not to be released to the press, the victim had a strange symbol on his forehead that had been drawn in blood. It looked like a shield from a coat of arms with crossed swords and waves underneath. I assumed it was luxurious in origin and would need to visit the headmaster at Aurora for confirmation. Initial theories. As a side note, I know it's my own law that investigating officers file their initial theories along with crime scene evidence, but it's becoming less and less useful on Merlehaven in particular, given the bizarre occurrences we often see unravel at a later date. Also, I'm sick of handwriting reports for authenticity when other departments manage well enough with digital signatures. In any case, my first thoughts on Mordecai Gray are that this is clearly a homicide, murdered by multiple stab wounds by an intruder who must have managed to get the victim into a state where he could be tied to a chair. The murderer will have also found some significance in committing the act during the opening night of the victim's art exhibition and would possibly have used this timing to their advantage. The bloody forehead symbol suggests some cult activity. No signs of forced entry, along with the modus operandi, suggest the killer knew their victim personally. I recommend bringing in everyone involved with tonight's exhibition for questioning, and at the very least, not letting them leave the island until this investigation is completed. All right, tied to a chair, stabbed, no sign of any of the rope, no sign of the murder weapon, but a hypothesis that somehow the culprit had to persuade this guy to sit down in a chair and let himself be tied up, so had to be threatening him with something, maybe a gun or something in addition to the knife, maybe just the knife, and probably knew the victim and the killer knew each other. Otherwise, how would they gain entry in? The door is locked. The door is locked, though. We don't know if you need a key to lock it, though, but somehow the person has left and the door is locked. And it happened very recently, and it happened on opening night. Ooh, okay. More places for us to go. I guess we can visit the crime scene. Why don't we visit the crime scene before we read any interviews? Headed to Gray's Artist Loft. All right, let's familiarize ourselves. Let's just take a look at these places so that we have them in mind while we read. accountants, advertising agencies. So it's like a directory, like Sherlock Holmes. These are just various places by type. They're alphabetical by type. Okay, cars, cinemas, coffee shop, repair, dance studio, doctor, office, electrician, grocery stores, gift shops, hotels, the seventh guest house, the Lighthouse Hotel, locksmith, municipal. There's the coroner's office, the court, the police station, town hall, the newspaper, art gallery, pharmacy, photographer, places of interest. Abernathy's Bluff, the woods, the burial grounds, Merlehaven Mines, the docks, real estate, school, storage, which we read about in the advertisement. I wonder if someone's storing something in storage lockers. Tour guides, vets. So can we not go to the crime scene? What about apartment buildings? No apartment buildings. Oh, for sure, be able to go to the crime scene. Gray's Artist Loft. Oh, there we go. Artist, Mordecai Gray. Okay, M63. So the game suggests that we check off places as we go. I guess so we would just know that we've been there, but we'll just use a little dot to tell us when we have gone somewhere. Okay, M63. Let's see how this works. So we're going to turn to M63. Are they all M? They're all M's. Okay. M63. Okay. It's been a year since the murder, but you make your way to Mordecai's loft, hoping for a glimmer of inspiration by reattending the scene of the crime. You're greeted by Marina Yoshikawa, who explains she was Mordecai's housekeeper, and the loft is still part of his estate that hasn't yet vested. She invites you in to look around, but other than an exquisite great oak statuette made of diamond, there's nothing of note. As you leave, Marina asks you if you've visited the executors of Mordecai's will yet, Myers, Denning, and Zimbardo. All right, well, we're going to have to keep some notes. So we have to remember, we just read the police report from the murder that happened a year ago. It's now a cold case. So the executors are Myers, Denning, and Zimbardo. Those would be the lawyers handling the estate. Okay. So, shall we see what these videos are like? So if we look at these 4 script pages, this is the show that got the case reopened. Whoops. Confidential, not for public release. All right, so we're going to take a look at this. The script page from the TV show. Merlehaven's Unsolved Mysteries, The Murder of Mordecai Gray. Internal studio. A collage of mysterious videos provide backdrop for Dr. Howe, an inquisitive and intellectual presenter. Welcome to Merlehaven's Unsolved Mysteries. We see a collage, and he continues, and he continues. Okay, this is the script for the presenter. Stock footage. Okay, welcome to Unsolved Mysteries. Tonight we'll be trying to solve the murder. Okay, let's see if this video is exactly that. Let's see if I can get my audio so I can hear it. Can you hear anything? I can't hear anything. Neither of us can hear anything. No audio, you can hear it, but I can't.
Welcome to Merlehaven's Unsolved Mysteries. Tonight, we'll be trying to solve the murder of Merlehaven's most famous artist, Mordecai Gray, brutally murdered in his loft last year, on the night of All Hallows Eve.
I feel like I've run out of power on my earphones. Now, I guess my question is this...
Hoon was unable to convict
Could be turned up a bit. Yes, I can do that.
Could there still be a killer on the loose?
Unfortunately, I can't hear it. And I can hear it's not
was
like
it Dominic
clicking.
Serrell, the lush burlesque
So
dancer?
I think I've run out of power, unfortunately. The question I have for you is...
Or perhaps Lilith Rendell, the island's only undertaker.
Is this... Are you hearing this script?
Tennis star, Xavier Hahn, the reclusive clockmaker, and finally, Vice Justice Catherine Myers. Perhaps Justice Hoon was covering up for his understudy. We have all the juicy details coming up.
Yes,
but
it looks
before
the
we
same
discuss
as the
those
script.
murderous muses, let's delve into the mind of a killer by retracing their footsteps on that fateful day.
All right, so due to my glitch in not charging this, I guess that's the problem here. It's moving along to the next video. Okay, so let us read this. We can watch those videos as well, but let me read this. Welcome to Merlehaven's Unsolved Mysteries. Tonight we'll be trying to solve the murder of Merlehaven's most famous artist, Mordecai Gray, brutally murdered in his loft last year on the night of All Hallows Eve. Gray had been painting the 6 portraitures at the time. They were all suspects, according to Justice Hoon, but Hoon was unable to convict any of them. Could there still be a killer on the loose? Then we see a collage of Mordecai Gray's paintings of the 6 murderous muses. This is, the game says those videos are all optional, but they do give some flavor. Was it Dominique Serrant, the lush burlesque dancer, or Otto Pipistrel, now our famously canceled ventriloquist, or perhaps Lilith Rendell, the island's only undertaker? Gray was also painting Sunday Finch, our twinless tennis star, and Xavier Hahn, the reclusive clockmaker, and finally Vice Justice Catherine Myers. Perhaps Justice Hoon was covering up for his understudy. We have all the juicy details coming up, but before we discuss those murderous muses, let's delve into the mind of a killer by retracing their footsteps on that fateful day. Okay, so that was our opening. And then I guess the rest of the videos is watching that show. We can watch Halloween. All right. I'm not sure what the right order to do that in, given that I can't hear it. Do you guys want to watch the rest of the videos? Or shall we save those? We have 2 in the painting. Well, the newspaper article makes clear when they talk that one of them is missing. So just to remind you, Sunday Finch is the fifth suspect, and her twin Monday is died or disappeared. Her sister's death. So her twin sister Monday is dead. She blames Mordecai, and she's still looking for her parents. So this article is nice in that it gives us a little background on each of our suspects. Let's read the witness statement by the person who's not one of our suspects, but who called it in. Is that right? Sasha Venice. Let's read Sasha Venice's statement. All right, well, this is witness statement. What is there? There's something on the back. All right, let me just read the back, then maybe we'll take a break. Sasha's witness statement. I was working at Gallery Argenta between the hours of 9 a.m. and 11 p.m. on the 31st October 2022. The following events are from the same day. I locked up the gallery for lunch between 2 and 3 p.m. I was home between that time. The last time I saw Mordecai Gray was at 3:01 p.m. He signed our visitor's book in his own handwriting when I arrived back from lunch. Mordecai never signs out of the visitor's book, so it's impossible to say when he left exactly, but I would estimate he spent about 8 to 10 minutes there. Higgins, our night watch, joined me in the gallery at about 7 p.m. I can confirm that Vice Justice Myers was at the gallery from around 6:30 p.m. until 7:30 p.m. I did not see Xavier Hahn, Dominique Serrant, Otto Pipistrel, Lilith Rendell, or Sunday Finch at any time in the gallery. This statement is true to the best of my knowledge and belief, and I understand I shall be liable to prosecution. And then on the inside, it's empty except for this little thing. Thank you for agreeing to this interview. I didn't. I'd like a lawyer present, please. Well, we don't have any resources at the moment for that. I'm sorry. It's not the problem. I'll do the statement when I'm out of here. You know, I was in the gallery at the time of the murder. Yes, but I need to interview everyone. Try journalism. Okay, so she didn't give her statement at the time. She just submitted this witness statement later. She gives her alibi. She was in the gallery at the time. Is that what she says? I was in the gallery at the time of the murder. How does she know? Does she know exactly when the murder was? How does she know she was in the gallery at the time of the murder? How does she know when the murder was? It's always that's how they catch some of them. They say, I was at the barber when he was murdered. But no one knows exactly when he was murdered. Anyway, she was working at the gallery between 9 a.m. and 11 p.m. So she says she was there all day. But she did leave for lunch between 2 to 3. She goes home. Last time I saw him was 3:01. So she comes back, she sees him, he signs in right when she gets back. But he left sometime 8 to 10 minutes later. He didn't sign out. Night watchman comes at 7 p.m. and spends the rest of the time there till she leaves at 11 or so. And then she notes that Justice Myers, Catherine Myers, one of her other suspects, did show up from 6:30 to 7:30 to the gallery. She didn't see any of the other suspects. All right. Well, we've seen a little bit of everything now. We've seen a little bit of script. We saw a little bit of witness statement, newspaper, and we read a paragraph. So we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll resume our playthrough of the Murderous Muses. I'll see you then. All right, we're back. I have the headphones charged for 8 minutes. I don't know how much juice that'll give me, but let's see what we can do here. Let's try to watch some more of these videos.
To successfully charge somebody with murder, you need to prove that they had the opportunity to carry out the deadly deed. So, where and when exactly was Mordecai Gray murdered? Here's what we know. At 7 p.m. on the 31st of October, Gray was scheduled to reveal his latest exhibition of portraits at Gallery Argenta. The last time he was seen or heard by anyone was when he delivered the final portraits to the gallery at 3 p.m. He told the gallery manager he had a final errand to run and that he'd be back before the grand opening. But he never came back. According to the coroner, Mordecai was murdered at precisely 7 p.m., the same time his exhibition opened. Where was he murdered? In his artist's loft on Sunvale Parade, the same place the body was found. So it's likely our killer wouldn't have had a corroborated alibi for the time of the murder.
Okay, so just pause this for a second. So coroner says 7 p.m. exactly. We have transcripts of all this audio, so we don't have to try to remember anything from these videos. And now we know what he did at 3 p.m. at the gallery. He was handing in the portraits. All right, let's watch the last two of these since they're only a minute and a half each.
Mordecai Gray was subdued before his murder in the most devious of ways, by a debilitating injection to the neck. A toxicology report from the coroner revealed that Gray had been dosed with a near-perfect amount of ketamine, just enough to tranquilize him without inducing a heart attack. So our murderer knew exactly what they were doing. Or maybe they got lucky. Either way, Gray was thought to have staggered around for dozens of seconds until he finally lost consciousness. The method of delivery is still disputed. Some reports say it was via syringe, whilst others believe it was a tranquilizer dart, such as the ones favored by boar hunters on Merlhaven. What does this mean for our investigation, though? Well, the murderer needed access to the drug, a syringe or dart, and perhaps some medical knowledge, unless dosage is something they could easily look up on a public worldwide resource electronically. Incapacitated and tied to a chair with climbing rope, Mordecai Gray would finally meet his end. Stabbed to death with an antique silver dagger. Finding the murder weapon is often a pivotal moment in any murder case, but sadly, not this time. The silver dagger had been dumped in an alley behind Sunvale Parade in a commercial wheelie bin. With no prints or trace evidence to go on, it was fortuitous that the only antiques dealer on Merlhaven, Ishmael Gauchi, remembered selling the piece just weeks before. But who did they sell it to? None other than Mordecai Gray. But was it really Mordecai? The transaction had been made with an envelope of cash, and the purchaser was wearing motorcycle leathers and a helmet, obscuring their identity. Ishmael stated that the buyer asked for the piece by its display case number, a very important point. Why? Because the dagger had only been available inside the store since the beginning of October, so the murderer or their accomplice must have visited the antiques dealer in that time.
Fun. 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 Okay. So, some odd circumstances here around the death. First of all, suggestion use of ketamine to drug him. So it's not that easy to just go buy ketamine. You can't buy it over the counter. So I wonder if this person has access to it at a medical, a vet, animal vet, or a hospital. Given the precise dose, maybe they have medical training, or maybe they just looked it up on the web, and then you'd need a syringe or a dart suggested from the TV show. So that seems like a significant clue. And then there's the whole clue of why. Why bother to drug tie up just the stab? Why not just drug and stab, or just stab? Very strange that you would go to the trouble to tie someone up unless you wanted to talk to them. But what about, we don't know. And then some very intriguing details about the murder weapon. How it was this fancy silver dagger that was purchased under mysterious circumstances, maybe by the guy himself, and then dumped in the alley. Very strange. So we've now listened to the 4 scenes from the TV show, but we also have transcripts of them in case we want to refresh our memories. Dumped in an alley. So we're told the antiques dealer, we might want to go talk to them. Purchased in cash, someone wearing a motorcycle getup. So maybe it wasn't really Mordecai. And then a very interesting point here about purchased by its display case number. Why is that important? It's only been in the shop for the last month, so they must have been in there and seen it. But even if you had been in there and seen it, wouldn't you just say, give me the silver dagger? Why would you refer to it by number unless that's all you know it by? It's a very weird thing. I love these cases where there are weird things that you can't make sense of in the beginning. All right, so now the question I have for you is, how would you like to proceed? Do you want to go visit some places in the directory, or do you want to read all of the statements first? Feels like maybe we should try to mix it up. In which case, maybe we should visit some of the places that we've heard about before we start reading. Yeah, let's try to split it up a little bit. We've just been talking about the antique dealer, so why don't we go talk to that person right now? Although we have to remember the case is a year old. So where's our antique? Ishmael's Antiques, M35. Okay, so we're going to just try to mix it up a little. We'll do some reading. We'll do some visiting of stores. Let's go to Ishmael's Antiques and see what he remembers of that. Maybe he's got some new things that the police forgot to write down. You enter the antique store, and behind a shelf of ships and bottles, you see Ishmael holding a loupe to his eye, inspecting the underside of a brass seagull. He tells you Catherine Myers is a regular visitor here, although she doesn't often buy anything. He also remembers that Sunday Finch picked up an antique test tube holder for her father just a few weeks before Mordecai's murder. Other than that, he doesn't recall anyone else from the suspect list visiting his store last October. He passed you a handwritten register of sales, and you can see that the antique dagger that killed Mordecai was collected the day before Sunday Finch's visit. The motorcyclist who bought the dagger never opened their visor. They were average height and build and coughed out the display case number to shield their voice. I think they were wearing perfume. They smelled like coffee, perhaps. Okay, so a bunch of clues here. Okay, perfume, coffee, average height and build. This is from M35. Okay, so now what are we told? Catherine Myers is a regular, so she would have had a chance to see it, to see the murder weapon. before she ordered it. And then Sunday Finch had been in there, but that was after the dagger was collected. And then maybe is this a motorcycle? Do we assume this person really was a motorcycle rider? Okay, so these are clues about the weapon. Probably I should be using my index cards for this, but we're going to use a booklet for today. All right, anything else jump out here? Test tube holder for her father. Catherine Myers doesn't normally buy anything. She just looks. Okay. Where else are we inclined to want to visit? Where have we gone so far? All right, so we went to the scene of the crime. We didn't see anything interesting. Tied up with rope, chair. Maybe we go to the coroner. And then we hear a little bit about this cult. Headmaster at Aurora. What's the headmaster at Aurora? Places of interest, Aurora Woods. Is that, and then Aurora Secondary School? Let me just reread that. I'm not sure. So he mentions Luxurious. Coat of arms. I assumed it was Luxurious and orange and would visit the headmaster at Aurora for confirmation. So I remember we read about Luxurious, but I can't remember. I thought it was some cult, not some school. Let me see. Where is our reference to Luxurious again? We have the Undertaker's house. Heart surgeon. Where did we learn about Luxurious? Here. Catherine Myers, the Vice Justice, linked to the Luxurious cult, currently working on passing laws to legitimize Luxurious. So someone explained to me why victim had a strange symbol drawn in blood. It looked like a shield from a coat of arms. I assumed it was Luxurious in origin and would need to visit the headmaster at Aurora for confirmation. That doesn't make sense. Luxurious is a cult. Why would you have to go to the headmaster to confirm that? I don't understand that. Is the headmaster the one running this cult? All right, I guess the easiest way to answer that question is to follow up on it. But surely not in the secondary school. What is Aurora Woods? Is that what they're talking about? The headmaster at Aurora Woods? Is that some... Maybe the headmaster is a cult expert. Well, there's Aurora Woods and Aurora Secondary School. That's very strange. Did we hear about Aurora Woods? Okay, why don't we not do that yet? Maybe we're going to hear someone talk to us in their statement about it. I'm curious about the storage office. Let's try the coroner's office, though, M17. Let's see if there's something more about the death that didn't get reported properly. Municipal coroner's office, M17. Billy Van Hague is Merlehaven's youngest and brightest coroner, who shakes your hand strongly when you arrive, bloodied gloves still in situ. Mordecai's autopsy report went missing. Is that what you're after? It disappeared not long after his murder, and I wasn't going to have him exhumed. If you're looking into this case, don't get hung up on the tiny details, though. She checks for a pulse from the half-open cadaver in front of her. The rope that tied him is common as coal here, and the chalk residue we found is what the rope's packed in. You've been watching Merlehaven's Unsolved Mysteries, haven't you? You nod sheepishly. Look for someone without an alibi at 7 p.m., the time of the murder. Someone who had access to ketamine, who knew about the knife at the antique store. They didn't have to pick it up themselves, did they? Good luck. She shakes your hand again before you leave. Okay. So she suggests maybe they didn't pick up their own knife, so don't get hung up on that. The big way to find the murderer is someone who doesn't have an alibi at 7 p.m. Okay. Did we go to the gallery or we just talked to Sasha Venice? We didn't actually go to the gallery. Let's go to the gallery. I want to talk to Sasha again, M24. Gallery Argenta, M24. I want to see if she will talk to us now that a year has passed. She seemed a little uptight earlier when she gave her statement. Merlehaven's only art gallery is devoid of visitors when you arrive, but you soon find the manager, Sasha, who's busily setting up an anniversary tribute to Mordecai Gray. You tell her you're trying to corroborate some alibis, so she hands you the visitor's book and points out it still has last year's entries. Looking through the list, you only recognize the names of Sasha, Mordecai, and Professor Catherine Myers. It all matches up with the statement Sasha gave to the police. Before leaving, you ask her who she thinks could have murdered Mordecai Gray, and with a grin, then a shiver, she looks around and says, "This place." Don't know what that's supposed to mean. Now, you kill an artist, the value goes up, so she could have her own motive. Definitely curious to look at the storage place. It feels like that could be tied into our thing, but that feels like we would be cheating by. We shouldn't go there quite so soon. I'm curious about the luxurious cult, but I feel like maybe let's talk to Catherine Myers. We've got some information about her and the cult. Maybe it's time to not talk to her. Let's read her statement. All right, here we are. Professor Catherine Myers. Where's her postcard so we can see who we're dealing with here? Okay, here she is. She was in the antique shop before the knife was picked up, so she would have reason to see it. Okay, this is the statement I guess she filed. I, Catherine Myers, state, from 3 p.m. on 31st October, I was at home preparing for a costume party with some friends. It's an annual tradition and several people there can confirm my whereabouts. We finished early, around 6 p.m., at which point I went to Gallery Argenta to attend the opening of Mordecai Gray's exhibition. I arrived there around 6:30 p.m. and spoke to Sasha Venice, the gallery manager, who should also be able to confirm my attendance. I left the gallery around 7:30 p.m. and spent the rest of the evening in costume at the Henge. Mordecai Gray was someone who I had become friends with during his rehabilitation at Merlehaven Manor. He did not seem himself for the last couple of weeks leading up to his murder, and I still believe something happened to him when he visited the undulating hills. This statement is true to the best of my knowledge and belief, and I understand I shall be liable to prosecution if I have willfully stated anything which I know to be false. Okay. I was at home. We don't care about when you were home before 7 p.m., but now 7 p.m. She says 6 p.m. she shows to the gallery. She talks to the owner who can vouch for her. We don't care. But now she says, I left the gallery around 7:30. So if our time frame was 7 p.m. murder, right? That's what the coroner told us. It was 7, right? I want to make sure I don't get it right. Not 7:30. So if 7 p.m. is the murder, she says she's at the gallery till 7:30. So that gives her an alibi. And then if we're keeping track of places to go, Catherine mentions the Henge, where she was in costume. She mentions Merlehaven Manor, where our guy was interred, maybe for having a breakdown, and something happened to him when he visited the undulating hills. So those are all places we may want to check out. We will want to check out. Okay, and now inside this is what? Inside this is actual interview. Okay, well, let's read our interview here. Justice Hoon. Vice Justice Myers, can you tell me where you were on Halloween? I was at the gallery from 6:30, talking to the gallery manager, Sasha. And did you see anyone else? Tall man, a slim woman, I don't know, a couple faces, people I didn't recognize. Can you describe them? Tall, slim, I didn't pay much attention. I was trying to find Mordecai. Why were you trying to find Mordecai? He wasn't well, in my opinion. And what makes you say that? He'd been acting strange the last few weeks, not like himself, not like the Mordecai I knew. And how did you know him exactly? Is this really necessary, Justice Hoon? You know very well Mordecai spent time at the Manor's correctional facility. It's most peculiar for me to have to question you, Catherine, but I'm trying to follow procedure so nothing gets thrown out later. Mordecai was charged with public property damage for defacing the lighthouse, and I rehabilitated him at the manor. He'd changed since I last saw him. Any idea why? The undulating hills. He went there and won't tell me why, but it changed him. Did you know about the spare key to his loft? I asked him to lock the door during our sessions to make sure nobody could get in. He told me about the spare key above the door then. You ever use it? I'm Vice Justice. I don't need a key. Doors simply open for me. We believe the killer needed access to ketamine. I'm sure you know there's ketamine at the manor. Do you have access to it? I have keys to the medicine cabinets, yes. Any ketamine gone missing recently? I don't know. I'd have to check. It's important, Catherine. I know. Don't patronize me. He was tied with rope that we think came from Daxon's store. Tell me you've never shopped there. I get some things delivered. Oh, what things? Items for the yacht, mainly. Fishing rods, ropes. Ropes. Yes, like the ones used to tie up Mordecai, I should suspect. How many rope importers are there on Merlehaven? Could the chalk residue found on the rope come from anywhere else? The gym? That might be Angelica. Who? I don't know. Angelica? She's from the gym. She delivers for Daxons. This isn't looking good, Vice Justice. You know I didn't do it. What else do you have to ask me? Moon presents a knife in an evidence bag. Know what this is? A knife. We have several of those. You have several antique knives. Well, the manor. We have a display of them. They're used in a lot of luxurious rituals. And is this one of yours? Could be. I buy them for the collection whenever I see them. You mentioned luxurious rituals. Are you involved? Nobody is involved. They're chosen by the Church of Luxurious. Cult, you mean? How vulgar. So, you're aware of this symbol? Moon presents a crime scene photograph. No, because it's been drawn incorrectly. How would you know that? Maybe you did it on purpose. Unlike you, Justice Hone, I don't make mistakes. Don't leave the island, Professor. I have no need to. Okay, so we've got the detailed interview and then the little summary statement. So maybe next time we'll start by reading these. More tie-in with the cult. She says someone drew that symbol that looks like it's from the luxurious cult, but it's drawn wrong. That's very tempting to think that someone slipped up while trying to frame the cult. But then this guy says, maybe you did it wrong on purpose, but then why would you do both? And then Catherine seems to have access to everything. She knows where the spare key is. She knows where the ketamine is. She knows about the knives. So she mentions that Daxon's store she gets deliveries from. They might have delivered her some rope. Actually, he says they think the rope is from Jackson's. Is that right? We think it came from Jackson's. Okay, so someone with access to Jackson's is our killer, perhaps. But may think maybe the chalk residue came from somewhere else. She says maybe the person who delivers rope works at the gym. And then more mentions of the manor where where she treated Mordecai. And then she says these knives, these ritual knives, are what the cult uses, and she buys them whenever she encounters them. I don't know if that means that she would have bought it earlier, so she's not the person who bought it that day. All right. Chat says, I wonder if her costume was a motorcycle outfit. Do you think someone was dressed as a motorcycle person at the Halloween costume party? That's an interesting idea. Well, why don't we go to the henge then, where there was that masquerade party? Where is the henge? What is it? What is the henge? There's the Henge M31. All right, let's stop by there. This was where she said she was at the Halloween party, I believe. M31. Let's see if someone can give her an alibi for there, but that's not really the alibi we care about, but maybe we can catch her in a lie or see something about someone in a motorcycle outfit. The henge is a toothy circle of rocks protruding from mossy earth. There's a presence about it that leaves you feeling uneasy. If you've spoken to Catherine at her law firm, keep reading. Otherwise, turn back now. Okay. So it doesn't want us reading that till we visit Catherine. We've just read Catherine's statement, so I guess we're going to visit Catherine now. At her law firm, huh? Law firms, Myers, Denning, and Zimbardo. So remember, they handled the will. Someone already told us to check them out, and that's who we just talked to. She's got a law firm. So Catherine is right up at the top of our list. She keeps popping up. All right, let's go talk to Catherine in present day. We read her statement from a year ago. Let's go talk to her. But let me clarify something in the chat. Is that a lie? Was she the one who goes to the antique shop but doesn't buy anything? That doesn't seem like a lie. She keeps going to the antique shop looking for more knives, but when they don't have any, she leaves without buying anything. But it is odd that maybe she saw it and then came back the next day to buy it incognito. All right, so Catherine is at the top of our list. M68. Let's go talk to her a year later. Let's see if she has anything more to say. The only law firm on the island is run by the current vice justice, which doesn't strike you as a great separation of powers. Mr. Zimbardo greets you at the door. When you tell him you're investigating Gray's murder, he offers to show you Mordecai's will, which the firm is executing. Examining the blood-stained ink and quill parchment gives you a chill, but the beneficiary leaves you even colder. The vessel beneath us that carries our souls, Zimbardo explains, as they've had quite a job fulfilling their duties as the vessel hasn't come forward to claim its inheritance. When Vice Justice Myers appears, Zimbardo leaves you alone. You mention the luxurious cult, and she's deeply offended by the term. She tells you to meet her at the Henge if you really want to know what the Church of Luxurious is about. Okay, now we're going back to the Henge to hear what she didn't want to tell us at her business. She says it's a church. We call it a cult. Potato. Let's see what she says. In the distance, you see a figure floating towards you, draped in white robes. You're expecting Catherine, but this figure seems larger, pulsating even. It gets nearer, too near. Its hand suddenly shoots into the air, holding an antique dagger aloft. You turn to run, but standing directly behind you is Catherine Myers, Vice Justice of Merlehaven. Gasping, you turn back to your assailant, but they've disappeared. Merlehaven is full of mal magic, detective, but the Church of Luxurious keeps us safe. Mordecai wanted to blackmail me, to tell people I'm head of the church. But it was meaningless. I'm preparing legislation now so that the Luxurious can live free again out in the open. I had no reason to kill Morty. I just wanted to make him better, like all my patients. Before you can question her any further, Catherine strides away into the wispy atmosphere of Merlehaven, and the toothy protuberances of the henge seem to shrink back a little into the earth from whence they came. Okay, this was a bit of a abrupt change of tone here. We're meeting her in some outdoor Stonehenge thing. All of a sudden, we get this supernatural sort of experience. We have a little hallucination, or we fall asleep or something, or get drugged out. Something happens to us. Maybe we're just overtired. But then we do see her, and she says that she was being blackmailed. He was going to reveal that she's a member, she's the head of this church. But she says, I wouldn't kill him because of that. I'm already going to have legislation that lays me out in the open. But that doesn't seem very convincing. It seems like if he outed her now, she'd be in trouble. But, all right, it's a little too easy to blame her. She seems a little too obvious as our person, but she's the head of the church of the cult. We might want to follow up on that. How about we go to the manor where he was being treated and where they have ketamine? Where is Merlehaven Manor? And the undulating hills. I want to go there. Merlehaven Manor Penitentiary. This is where Catherine treated Mordecai Myers and where they have ketamine. She said she was going to check on it to see if any had been taken. That was a year ago. Let's see if we get an update on that. M57. Merlehaven's solitary prison is an unassuming manor house from the outside and more like a hotel inside. You're greeted by Kim Park, Merlehaven Manor's press contact, who talks and acts more like an automaton. She's happy to share with you that Mordecai Gray was one of the manor's most famous residents after serving time at the facility for public property damage, painting a doorway on the lighthouse. She leads you to Professor Myers' office. Catherine Myers seems less than impressed to see you. When asked about having access to ketamine, she responds, "There's a fully stocked medicine cabinet here for patients, or inmates, as you'd call them. So of course I can get my hands on it, but the cabinet is checked and restocked each day by Kestrels. They'd have a record if anything was missing. She seems mostly annoyed at your presence, but not particularly anxious." Okay, so it's Catherine again. Now, it's restocked each day by Kestrels. Capital K. So that's going to be the name of a business, maybe a drugstore. Let's follow up on that while we're here. Let's see. Kestrels. Let's not forget the lighthouse. The Lighthouse Hotel that he was arrested for defacing. Have I misunderstood this Kestrel thing? What is Kestrels? Sounded like a proper name of a place. At the top of the column under pharmacies. Well, that would make sense. That's where it should be. Pharmacies, Kestrel's the chemist. M39, thank you. All right, now we're going to find out if any ketamine went missing from the Manor Penitentiary. This is going to go some ways to exonerating or implicating Catherine. Kestrel's the chemist is next to Lakeside Surgery, so patients can move from doctor to pharmacist in just a few steps. Maddie Kestrel greets you enthusiastically from behind the counter, then starts frantically typing on her computer. She prints out an itinerary of medicine and hands it to you, proving that all the ketamine prescribed for Dominique's father had been returned in full a few weeks prior to last Halloween. That's what you wanted, right? You nod in agreement. And you know Otto Pipistrel is hyperallergic to ketamine, right? She smirks. He touched some here in the pharmacy and I had to inject him to save him from anaphylactic shock. He had the biggest allergic reaction I've ever seen. Returning to the screen, she also confirms that Merlehaven Manor's ketamine stock didn't change at all between August and November last year. Okay, so she seems to be saying that Merlehaven Manor didn't use any. And she's telling us that Dominique's father got prescribed some, but it was returned in full prior to Halloween. Dominique is the dancer who cut her career short to care for her terminally ill father. So he must have been prescribed ketamine and then returned it all. Okay. Let's check in with the chat. Seems victim tried to paint a portal on the lighthouse in agreement with the supernatural vibes of the case. And he definitely could be dealing with the supernatural world here. I agree. There's something weird about painting a portal on the door. Well, let's go to the lighthouse. Let's find out what he did there and what they have to say about it. So we're going to go to the Lighthouse Hotel. M99. Let's see. Let's see if they can give us more information. Is he in the cult? Okay, the Lighthouse Hotel caught fire earlier this year. Is currently closed for renovation. It's fairly close to the actual lighthouse on Merlehaven, which is also shut. So the actual lighthouse is under places of interest. Let's not go on there too. Maybe that's, I don't know why, we assumed it was a hotel, but maybe it's an actual lighthouse. M98. The towering red and white striped lighthouse sits on the cliff edge like it's ready to take a plunge. A large doorway has been painted onto the side of the lighthouse, 90 degrees around from the actual entrance. A young girl's watching you, watching the lighthouse, watching the sea. She's nervous at first, but then introduces herself as Kira. She tells you that Mordecai Gray painted the doorway and was imprisoned for it. You ask her if she knew the artist, and she nods. He was brave, but ultimately weak. She skips back toward the lighthouse and disappears inside. You try to follow, her, but the door is locked. A sign next to it reads, "Warning, this building is dangerous. Entry is strictly prohibited." All right, so now we got some spooky supernatural vibes here. That little girl's like, he was weak, and then she skipped into the alternate void reality of the lighthouse. What movie that was creepy and weird involved a lighthouse? In addition to the lighthouse, there's the movie The Lighthouse, with black and white movie with Robert Patterson and what's his name, who's in a new Count Dracula movie. Marco says Shutter Island. Shutter Island was not the one I was thinking of. First of all, what's the name of the actor that I'm thinking of that was in The Lighthouse with Robert Patterson? Famous actor. And then there was another movie with Natalie Portman where things go very weird and wrong in a lighthouse. I think it's in a lighthouse. William Defoe is the name of the other guy in the lighthouse. And the Natalie Portman bio creepy movie where they enter a different, not a different dimension, but the very weird stuff going on. I forget what it's called. It's one of these bio horror movies. Annihilation, yes. Petiel jumped in for that. Okay, Annihilation, that's right. Let's go to the Undulating Hills. Now that we were told Mordecai went to the Undulating Hills and then something went wrong with him. So let's head there and let's see if we can figure out what he saw while he was there. But we've definitely got some creepy supernatural vibes going on here, which makes this an appropriate game for our Halloween October. Okay, what did he see at the Undulating Hills? The Undulating Hills match up to their name with their intoxicating rise and fall. You feel slightly queasy from the moment you arrive as your footsteps bounce on its rubber-like surface, and you begin to feel uncomfortably hot. You swear you can hear a girl's voice calling to you. You must catch her before your feet start slowly sinking into the ground. The sky folds into chromatic aberrations of purple and green as the ridges in front of you crest into one giant rubbery wave. Then you wake up on the outskirts of the hills, far away from where you'd been standing. What just happened? Perhaps leaving now would be a good idea. Okay, well, this case has definitely entered the realm of the supernatural, or drugs, or were being drugged, but I thought this was going to be a standard case, and now things have gotten weird. You must stop her. I wonder, is that a hint that our killer is a woman? Most of our suspects are women, but not all of them. I'll tell you what, I'm interested in the cult. So I wonder if what we should do now is talk to, well, Catherine was our cult woman. Do we have any other cult connection? I guess Catherine's our main cult connection. Maybe we need to follow up on that thing that said the cult, we should talk to the headmaster at Aurora. Let's go to our Aurora places and see if we can't figure out what the connection is. Let's try the secondary school first. That doesn't seem like there should be a connection to the cult, but maybe there is. So we'll go to the secondary school, see if the headmaster they're talking about is here. If not, we'll try Aurora Woods, which we don't even know what it is. Aurora Secondary School, MO8. Justice Hoon mentioned Aurora Secondary in his report, so you decide it's worth a visit to the headmaster. His office contains several antique items with a nautical theme, interspersed with awards for chess competitions. You ask about Mordecai Gray, and he says, Justice Hoon showed me the symbol on Mordecai's forehead last year. It's a spirit-warding glyph used by the Luxeris cult. It's meant to ward off spirits, but used in this way, it's probably meant to stop Mordecai's ghost coming back and haunting the killer. You sit down in the seat he's absent-mindedly prodding. However, it wasn't drawn correctly. So even if you believe in such things, it wouldn't have worked. The legend of Luxeris is a popular folk tale on Merlehaven, and even if the cult exists, anyone could try to draw their symbol. He pulls a book from a ship-shaped shelf entitled The Legend of Luxeris and says, Here, it's misprinted on page 53. You take a look and see a symbol exactly the same as the one on Mordecai. As you leave, you wonder how the headmaster knew it had been drawn incorrectly. Now, that's an interesting little clue. This cult has certainly caught our interest. It's a glyph that he says is probably made to stop the ghost from coming back and haunting the killer. And then he says, in the same way Catherine Myers says, it's drawn incorrectly. But then he shows us a book about the cult, and he says it's misprinted in this book, and it looks exactly like what's drawn. So it sounds like Catherine and this guy know the truth about this symbol and how it's supposed to be drawn, but the killer used this book, or what the common thought, the common drawing, maybe internet drawing, is of this glyph. And so they used the wrong one, maybe to frame the cult. Interesting. Petiol says, is there a library? Maybe that's where the killer saw the book. Well, that's a great question. I think there is a library. Maybe let's give it a visit. There's a Library Argenta, M43. Let's go stop by and let's see if someone has checked out a book on Luxeris. I think that's a great idea. If that's our theory, that someone's trying to frame a cult and learned about that symbol through a book, then that seems very useful to us. Library Argenta is larger than you'd expect and made from 3 large barn conversions that were joined together last century. Inside its bare stone walls are huge shelves lined with tomes bearing titles and authors unfamiliar to you. If you've spoken to Kwame East, keep reading, otherwise turn back. Okay, Kwame East is the person who should be sending us to the library. We shouldn't have, not all of us are as smart as Petiol. We shouldn't have jumped to the conclusion to go to the library till we talk to Kwame. So rather than look up who Kwame is in the directory, we'll wait for that to naturally happen. But I am going to put on our to-do list to return to the library after Kwame so we don't forget. On our list of places that Catherine mentioned, we went to the Henge. That was the Stonehenge place that gave us the creeps. The Undulating Hills, that gave us the creeps. We went to the Penitentiary Manor, where we learned about Catherine Meyer and it seems like their ketamine supply is still good. When we went to the Kestrel's drugstore pharmacy, we didn't find any source of ketamine. Okay, maybe it's time for another break. Let's see. Let's catch up with the chat a little bit first. DJ's been wanting to go to a coffee shop if there is one, see if any of the suspects are regulars because one was smelling of coffee. Okay. Person says, oh, by the way, let's take a look at these photos. We didn't go to any of these places, actually. Okay, you want to go to the coffee shop, huh? Coffee shop. The Black Dahlia, the famous Black Dahlia murders, they made a movie of. M94. Okay, let's go to the coffee shop. Let's see if anyone's a regular. It was weird how the person said they smelled of perfume, but a little bit of coffee. So I don't know if that's a mix of perfume and coffee or a coffee smelling perfume. We'll go here and then we'll take our break. I wouldn't be too surprised if this says you shouldn't be here unless someone sent you here, but let's see. The Black Dahlia's white walls and red bar stools deliberately clash with the black and white posters of pinups that are deliberately hung around. You pick a table and wait to be greeted by Dallas Umber, the proprietor and a former head mistress. You ask if any of the suspects frequent her establishment, and she laughs and says, "Everyone sips at the Black Dahlia eventually." You nod and wait for something more useful. Lilith and Jenna have their own table by the window, so they're here pretty frequently. And Dr. Hahn used to pump himself up with espressos before surgeries, but that was a long time ago. And I suppose it's mean of me to say, but Otto tends to come here after one too many at Marcy's, if you know what I mean. And with a wink, she's gone. Okay, so a bunch of them come here. Let's see. Lilith and Jenna, Dr. Hahn, and Otto. Do we need to make our list of the 4 of our 6 or 7 suspects who drink coffee? Lilith, Jenna, Dr. Hahn, and Otto. So more than half of them. When Otto goes to Marcy's, whatever that is, that might be a place for us to check out. That's the first we've heard of. Otto was the one that's allergic to ketamine, so chat thinks he's eliminated because of his allergy. I mean, I suppose, but yeah, he did touch it and he had an allergic reaction, so that would seem like it would rule him out, but not 100%. Okay, and we'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Murderous Muses. So we have a working theory now. Our working theory is that someone is trying to frame this cult. But what we don't know is why. We still wouldn't, we have motives for everyone, but in addition to motive for killing him, we now might ask who has a motive for framing the cult. I wonder if we might say, let's see, this girl lost her twin, blames Mordecai for her sister's death, but we don't know why she does. Let's take a look at this girl and her twin. Let's see if she's got a tie into the cult in some way. Where's our... Oh, there's our Sunday and Monday. Let's see if we can't talk to her. Let's look at her statement. Sunday fringe. Jonathan says, we don't know if they were trying to frame the cult. Could just not be a member but wanted protection and found a faulty symbol in book. That's a good point. However, why would they go to all the trouble to buy this expensive antique knife that the cult uses? Doesn't that seem way too elaborate if you just wanted to murder this guy? Sounds like for that antique dagger that you go to all the trouble to buy and put yourself at risk, it seems to me that you either believe it has some importance or you're trying to frame the cult. Okay, let's look at Sunday Finch. When did you first meet Mordecai Gray? For the portrait. We hadn't met him before then. We? Sorry. Monday and I. It's so strange saying I, now she's gone. I'm terribly sorry about that, Miss Finch. Yeah, me too. Can anyone verify your whereabouts on the evening of the 31st of October? My friends. They were with me from about 6 o'clock until midnight. And where exactly? At my house. They were there the whole time? What were you doing? Talking to ghosts. Well, trying to, anyway. Can anyone corroborate that? Sure, Annika. She's a filmmaker. Annika Singh. She filmed the whole thing. That's going to be a handy alibi. Oh, good. Mr. Gray's cleaner says she discovered you alone inside the studio a couple of weeks before his death. Oh, I forgot about that. My sister had left her coat. I went back to get it. How'd you get in? I used the spare key. It wasn't very well hidden. I was only there for a minute, though, and I put it straight back afterwards. Did Mordecai know you'd done that? Yes. I'm not sure you'll be able to ask him now, though. Your parents recently obtained ketamine via the pharmacy. Do you know why? You'd have to ask them. They sometimes used animals as subjects. Perhaps they needed to anesthetize them. Do you know where they keep it? In their lab, I presume. in our basement, so you could have had access to it if you wanted. Why would I want ketamine? To subdue the victim? Was Mordecai asleep when they killed him? I don't know. That's a morbid curiosity. I just wondered if he felt it, the pain. You didn't like him, did you, Miss Finch? I think he may have had something to do with Monday's death. How so? He gave me a clock to give to her, and she cut herself on it. And then she died. He killed her with a clock? It's not like that. It's a special clock made by Xavier Hahn. I've just spoken to him. Does he know what you're accusing him of? I'm not accusing him of anything. I've said too much. Just what else do you need to ask? Do you own any rope? That's a bizarre question. Don't most people? Okay, let's try another question. Do you use chalk on your hands to play tennis? No. Why would Philip Daxon tell us you regularly bought chalk at his store? He must have confused me with Monday. It happens a lot. So you never touched the chalk from Daxon's? Not that I know of. I don't know why Monday was buying it either. Have you ever bought any antiques from Ishmael's shop? No, I'm not into old things. But you were there a few weeks before Mordecai's murder. Well, yes. Father asked me to collect something for him. And did you look around? I suppose for a few minutes. Ishmael had to fetch the item from storage. Just one last thing. Have you ever heard of the Church of Luxurious? No. What about this symbol? Have you seen it before? Shows strange symbol drawn on paper. No, sorry. You're sure? Yes. That's a lovely dress you're wearing. What color is that? Green, just green. Can I go now? Yes, you're free to leave. That's a weird interview. And here's her summary statement on the back. On 31st October 2022, I was in Merlehaven. I'm currently in a recharge phase of the women's tennis tour, so whilst I usually train in the morning, I visited the theater district instead. At around 10:15 a.m., I spoke to one of the staff of the Baconian. They asked me to sign a photograph they had of Monday and I. From there, I headed back home as I planned a small get-together with friends. Teresa and Annika Singh were there with me from 6 p.m. until around midnight. This statement is true to the best of my knowledge. Okay, so her alibi is she was home with her friends, Teresa and Annika Singh, the filmmaker who filmed this whole thing. They were trying to talk to ghosts. That's a bit spooky, but that's her alibi. So let's see if we can find Annika Singh, the filmmaker, and confirm that alibi. Maybe we could see that videotape. What are we looking for? Filmmakers, documentarians, Annika Singh. Annika Singh, videographer, M66. Okay, let's see if we can verify that alibi a year later. And see the tape, maybe. Annika has a studio on Sunvale Parade, close to where Mordecai was murdered. She's editing a music video when you arrive. Sunday is innocent, she says, handing you a USB drive. At the time of the murder, she was trying to contact her dead twin Monday. She knows it's illegal on Merlehaven to use paraphernalia of divination or whatever, but she was so desperate to talk to her sister through that Ouija board. You ask if she minds you submitting it as evidence. I know it'll get us in trouble, but it will also exonerate Sunday, so please use it. You thank her, and upon watching the video are surprised to see that Sunday asks the Ouija, "Who killed you, Monday?" The planchette drags slowly for what seems like an eternity until it finally spells out one word: Sunday. That's creepy. That's pretty creepy. All right, well, she seems to have her alibi for Mordecai's death, but did she kill her sister? Why would she be asking who killed if she did? Sunday has a video timeline alibi. And Otto has an allergy weapon alibi, we think. All right. And Sunday could have accessed the ketamine from her parents. Who were her parents? Doesn't say. Until she finds her parents, who left Merlehaven shortly after their daughter died last year. Okay. By the way, we went to the library to look up if anyone had gotten a book on it, and we were sent away. We'll come back there. Maybe I should make a note that we need to come back to the library. But I did want to point out that I do notice, in addition to the library, there is also a bookstore. So if we think someone got a book on the cult, we might want to check the bookstore as well. And we mentioned the cleaning service was mentioned at some point. Let's go to the convenience store. We hear a lot about Daxton's and someone who would have ordered the rope or chalk or whatever. So I think maybe we should go see for ourselves. M50. The owner of Daxton's is weary of your talk about Mordecai's murder, assumes you've come to ask about the rope that was found at the crime scene. Like a rehearsed actor, Philip Daxton performs his monologue to a T. Daxton's rope is the only rope you'll find on the island, and the same that was used on Mordecai. The killer could have been anyone, even you. You point out that's not entirely true, as this is your first visit to the island, but your wit is lost on Philip. Okay, well, no information really there. Newspaper lists workplaces. Should we visit them at their work? Yes, I think there's no reason not to. Let's look at the work. Let's look at the people again. Catherine Myers. She's very high up on our list. She's passing laws. Vice Justice. There have been rumors. Cover up for something that was going on at Merlehaven Manor, the penitentiary. I wonder if she's doing some cult experiments there. But now she's the vice justice. Does that mean she works at the court? I think we should visit the court. I wonder if there's some case or something they might know about what this rumors are of something going on. Police station might also, but I'm curious about the court, M54. Justice Hoon still presides over Merlehaven Court, a Gothic-looking stone-built castle, complete with gargoyles and crenellations. He blames his inability to solve the case last year solely on the autopsy report that went missing, and the coroner's refusal to exhume the body. Yes, it would have been too late, and the evidence would have been contaminated, but if she couldn't be bothered, then why should I? Justice Hoon seems more jaded since his police report last year, so you press him on his lack of care for the victim. Mordecai Gray caused nothing but strangeness and trouble. Regrettably, Merlehaven is better off without him, although it's a fair point. Merlehaven would have been better off without his killer, too. He thinks on this a little whilst puffing on a deceptively long pipe. You leave him to his enlightenment. Okay, not very useful. Okay, moving on. Dominique Durant, the burlesque dancer at the Moonstruck Lounge. Shall we talk to her? On loose end with Catherine, I think she said someone who worked for the gym also worked as a delivery person for Daxon, so you might want to visit the gym. Yes, that's right. She said that person might have brought us in the delivery person with the chalk. So we could check the gym now. You want to do that before we move on? Let's do that. Iron Time Gym, M34. A tiny gym for a tiny island. Iron Time Gym is packed to bursting with exercise bikes, lifting weights, and protein powders. You're greeted in reception by Angelica, who introduces herself as the owner. In terms of patrons, the only name she recognizes is Otto Pipistrel. You ask what she thinks of Otto, and she replies, "He's a lost and broken man, but he didn't kill that artist. I know they say some powder at the crime scene may have come from here, but that powder also comes from Daxon's ropes and surgical gloves, too." She offers you a free month's membership before you leave. You politely decline and unrelatedly skip lunch that day. Okay, so powdered latex gloves would make sense, too. That points to our surgeon. All right. Well, let's follow that lead rather than go sequentially. Xavier Hahn, the clockmaker, and there was this story about making a clock that killed Sunday. That's very weird. He has no alibi. He was waiting for his ex-wife, who was serving time on the mainland for attempted murder. Okay, let's read his statement. Xavier Hahn. And then we'll see if he has anything to say about the powdered gloves. Xavier Hahn, the surgeon. We're asking everyone what they were doing on Halloween, the 31st of October. I was supposed to go on a hunting trip, but it got canceled. I just stayed in my house, drink in one hand, rifle in the other, waiting for Caroline to come home. And just for the record, Caroline is Caroline Hahn, my ex-wife. So just to confirm, you never left Merlehaven on Halloween. No, I just said I stayed in my house. Any witnesses? No, fortunately, Caroline never showed. And why the rifle? Oh, I don't get on with my ex. She stabbed me before. So the rifle was for self-defense. Oh, yes. And was killing Mordecai for self-defense? What? No, I didn't kill Mordecai. What kind of leading question is that? Asking leading questions will make the evidence inadmissible, sir. I know that, Harris. Oh, this is someone else. Asking leading questions will make the evidence inadmissible, sir. I know that, Harris. Sorry, I apologize, Mr. Hahn. Does disingenuity make it admissible too? Did you know the victim well? No, not at all. I just sat for his portrait, that was it. You ever fall out? No, because we never fell in. Did you know Mordecai had a spare key to access his loft? Well, I told him to get one, so yes, I knew about the spare key. And did you ever use it? A couple of times. That man was probably late to his own funeral. Did you go to his funeral? No, did you? Did you ever keep the key? No. I put it back on top of the door frame. Wouldn't be a very good emergency key if someone walked off with it, would it? Do you have or have you recently used ketamine? No, I'm not allowed within 100 feet of ketamine. Mother had an injunction against ketamine. Yes, I have, dabbled in the past. She thought it was the best way to keep me clean. People break injunctions all the time. Can't help themselves. Where would I even get ketamine from? I don't know. Seriously, where would I get ketamine from? The pharmacy, hospital, drug dealer? Well, those first two, they know about the injunction. They won't supply me. And I didn't know Merlehaven had a drug dealer. Are they in the directory? What about the manor? The prison, huh? It never occurred to me they had a dispensary. I assume they'd also know about the injunction. You sound very interested in ketamine. I'm just trying to prove to you I don't have any. Why is it important anyway? Well, that's something the murderer would know. You're a prime suspect, Mr. Hahn. Since you used to be a surgeon, you'd know exactly how much ketamine to inject the victim with. Wait, what? He was injected with ketamine? And what? Just look the dosage up on the internet. Strike that from the transcription, Harris. I'm unable to strike anything from the transcription, as that would invalidate it. Oh, for God's sake, Harris. Fine. Mr. Hahn, have you ever bought rope from Daxon's? Yes, I have bought rope from there in the past. That same brand of rope was used to tie up Mr. Gray. So what? Merlehaven's a small place. If you have any rope, it's probably the same. You bought rope the week before Halloween. I had some wood that needed tying up. I'm a clockmaker. I need wood to make clocks. Tell me about Ishmael, the antiques dealer here. I've not been to Ishmael's for months. Ask him yourself. When was the last time? Oh, February. I sold some heirlooms. Business is not booming. Have you bought any antiques recently? No, I've still got my mother's junk to get rid of. That'll be all, Mr. Hahn. Thank you. And here's his statement. I did not kill Mordecai Gray. On October 31st, I was in my house on Richmond Lane. I had tickets to watch the matinee performance of an inspector calls at the Baconian, but I did not leave my house all day. It's the second mention of this theater that we've had. I forget what the other one was. He's in his house in Richmond Lane. Can we visit these people now? Did we? It's interesting that they just have their places of work. He's not a surgeon anymore, though. We've heard them mention the theater twice. I'm tempted to just go there. I think I have a better reason, though. Chalk sellers. Why was there a chalk cellar? Let's stop in there. Let's see if they sell chalk, because it's a weird... I'm curious what this store is, Chalk Sellers, with a C. Chalk Cellars, I guess it's a wine service. The Chalk Cellars are home to one of Merlehaven's largest exports, Merle Port wine. Using water from a natural spring in the Aurora Woods, the wine is said to have great healing and sometimes hallucinogenic properties. It's also the only alcohol that licensed premises can serve at all times of the day. Proprietor doesn't know anything about the case other than Otto Pipistrel's former agent repeatedly trying to get them to sponsor his act. However, the proprietor stresses they only encourage responsible drinking. Okay. Let me mark it that we went there. So it's just a wine place. There's some hallucinogenic wine going on in this town. I'm not surprised. Tennis courts, police station, newspaper. Clockmakers. Okay, so we can talk to Xavier at his work. Let's do that. So that was his interview a year ago. Let's definitely try to follow up with these people in current day when we can. We didn't ask him about this crazy clock that was said to have killed the sister. I'm very curious if we're going to learn more about that. Seems like something to obviously want to follow up on. All right, here he is a year later. Xavier Hahn's home and storefront is a clockwork emporium, from the shelves lined with cogs and timepieces to the wooden floor laid with grandfather clock casing. Xavier is easy to spot whittling clock hands at his desk next to a half-eaten takeaway pizza. I have nothing to say about Mr. Gray, he informs you without looking up. If you've spoken to Sunday Finch at the tennis courts, keep reading. Okay, so we need to come back here. We already pointed out the tennis courts. I guess we should go there first. Where were the tennis courts? Okay, the Finch tennis courts. So, owned by their family? M23. When you arrive, Sunday Finch is training against an automated serving machine alone. She continues to play while it unloads the full clip and then heads back to her seat, grabbing a towel. You want to know about Mordecai the murderer, I assume. You nod and ask her about her alibi for the time of the murder. I was with Annika and Teresa. Just go and ask them. That's the videographer, which we did. Circling back to the term murderer. You inquire further, and Sunday replies, Mordecai killed my sister with a clock he gave her that Xavier Hahn made. I'll never forgive him. I'm glad he's dead. Remember when he looked at the videotape, he said, who killed you? And she said, Sunday. Is that some reference to the clock? Does the clock have a date on it? And this, when it ticked on Sunday, it killed her? Okay. So now we can go follow up with Xavier Hahn. Now that she repeats that it was the clock that he made. If you've spoken to Sunday Finch, keep reading. You ask him about Sunday. She thinks my clock killed her sister. It was a clock I made specially for Halloween, a type of origami. I didn't give it to her directly, though. Mordecai asked me for it, and then he gave it to Monday Finch. You ask if that means Mordecai killed Monday, and he shakes his head. From what I heard, Monday Finch was not well. Actually, rumor has it, Sunday threw a tennis racket at her head in a fit of rage during training, then rushed her to the hospital. He pauses for a while to think and then concludes, I'm not surprised Sunday believes it was the clock. You thank him for his time and leave. Okay, so it sounds like from the Ouija board that this is what killed Monday, not the clock. That's a coincidence, but really it was the tennis racket thrown at her head. So I think we've wrapped up a little side story that the Sunday killed Monday. Nothing gruesome, supernatural, magical about the clock. Okay, then let's proceed to the next step. Jonathan says, hey, let's go to the hospital where he worked. He was a heart surgeon, and it seems like he was also a drug addict. So I like that idea. What about his ex-wife, too, Claire Aldringham? All right, but let's go to the hospital. I like this idea. Presumably, you probably worked at Merlehaven General. I mean, how many hospitals can there be in this little town? M56. That's a good idea. Let's see if we can find out if he was abusing drugs and that's why he got fired. The manager of Merlehaven General is happy to help you with your investigation. She tells you that Xavier Hahn used to be a heart surgeon there, but due to a larger than usual number of botched surgeries, he was laid off. Monday Finch has records here too, indicating death by blunt force trauma to the head. Before you leave, she draws you aside and whispers, we use the bodies that Lilith provides as cadavers for our surgical students. There's no next of kin. We pay her to bring them here. There was a mix-up where she sold us someone's dad accidentally. But please don't let this get out. We need those bodies to stay sharp, saving people of Millhaven. So Lilith provides cadavers. There's no next of kin. She gets paid. Lilith provides the bodies. Okay, who is Lilith? Lilith Rendell, the third suspect. She's an undertaker. And the hospital person saw unusual activity near the docks. Normally, she picks up recently deceased from the hospital for preparation at the funeral home. Dead bodies have been coming into the hospital where she sells them. All right, let's read a little bit about Rendell, and then maybe we'll check the doc. Let's start with her statement, though. Lilith Rendell. Lilith Rendell, the Undertaker. Can you please state your name for the record, please? Where is this Lilith Rendell? Where's our photos? That's a young-looking Undertaker. Lilith Rendell, your friendly neighborhood funeral director. And relationship with Mordecai Gray? Oh, he was just drawing my portrait, painting. I heard of him before that, but I didn't know him. And what were you doing on Halloween? You know where I was. You called me to fetch a body from the hills. That was around 2 p.m. Where were you between 4 p.m. and 7 p.m.? In the basement, pickling that tourist. Alone? Yes. It's not really a spectator sport. Did you know anything about a spare key to Mordecai's loft? I had a locksmith make 2 keys for Mordecai and change the lock. Oh, really? We only found one. Then you've still got one to find. Do you have a key to his loft? No, why would I? He keeps one above the doorway. You knew about the spare. Didn't everyone? No, Lilith, they didn't. Ever had any contact with ketamine? Ketamine can be pretty lethal. Do you own any? I've never noticed that little scar on your cheek. It's quite cute. Do you own any ketamine, Lilith? No, I don't own any. I found it. You found it. Well, you embalm a lot of people, you find a lot of stuff. Some drug mules, I guess. Where is the ketamine? Wait. You haven't found it? Why are you asking me then? It was used to incapacitate Mordecai. Someone injected him with it. That stuff can kill you. Must have been someone who knew what they were doing, like a doctor, maybe. We also found a residue on ropes that were used to tie him up. Oh, kinky. What type of residue? Oh, the same type we found in your mortuary. Obviously. Why, obviously? Come on, it's on my gloves, isn't it? It's the disposable gloves I wear. It's the same chalk the coroner found on the body. How did you get the coroner's report? I didn't. The coroner wears the same gloves as me, and I heard them talking about it. Let's talk about the murder weapon. It was an antique. Well, Jenna's always antiquing. I have to hear about it. Everything she's seen. And Jenna is my friend. Well, best friend. She runs Marigolds. Does she collect antique furniture and antique weapons? Well, you need to ask her about that. Does Jenna own a motorbike? Well, yes, she does. Ever run errands for you? Well, we're besties. What do you think? That's all I need to know. Thank you, Lilith. My pleasure. Sorry, wait a minute. Hoon presents a piece of paper with a strange symbol on it. I've seen that symbol before. It's a spirit warding spell. A spirit warding spell. Yeah, to stop bad things happening to dead people. They're already dead. How much worse can it be? Well, this is Merlehaven. Would you know how to draw it? Mom drew these in the mortuary all the time, so yeah, I could give it a go. Want me to try drawing one now? Let's read her statement. I, Lilith Rendell, stayed on the morning of 31 October from about 10 a.m. I was at Marigold's Forests in the theater district trying on Halloween costumes with the owner, Jenna Fuller. All right, so we now know where Jenna works at Marigold's Forest. We got dressed up, handed out sweets in that area until around 2 p.m. when I received a call from Merlehaven Police Department asking me to retrieve the body of a tourist from the undulating hills to bring back to the morgue. It only took about half an hour or so, so I returned to trick-or-treating with Jenna until about 4 p.m. I didn't want to leave the tourist's body for too long, so I went back to the funeral parlor to begin a basic autopsy as requested by Detective Salisbury. I finished the autopsy around 8 p.m. Started to get ready to go to the Gallery Argenta for Mordecai's exhibition when I received an incoming call from Jenna. I lost track of time and we chatted till about 10 p.m. Okay, so Jenna is suspicious. She's her best friend. She collects antiques, and she has a motorbike. And she doesn't know where she would get ketamine, but she found some ketamine. We don't know if it's the same ketamine that's been used, but it would make sense. And then the chalk, she says, yeah, I do have chalk. It's on my gloves, the same gloves that the surgeon used and the coroner used. It's like if you get powdered latex gloves. They have talc on them. They're powdered. All right, let's go and talk to Jenna. She's at Marigold's Forest. M51. Forest owner Jenna Fuller is rolling up metal shutters when you arrive. She's more than happy to help with your investigation. I distinctly remember trying on costumes in the morning. Lilith looks ridiculously hot in anything Halloween. She blushes a little. We pay for a lockup together to store our costumes because we have so many. You assume that's Gary's crate. Yeah, that's right. And then in the afternoon, Will picked up a body from the hills. I offered to help, but you can't fit 3 people on a motorbike. She giggles uncomfortably. It's then that you notice an ornate vase in the shop window, home to a bouquet of calla lilies. That's from Ishmael's, she says. He told me it was authentic 1920s porcelain. I think I must really love old things. You're not sure if that's meant to be a compliment or not, but you decide it's best to leave in any case. Okay, so she's mentioning the storage lockup that I wanted to go to from the beginning of our case, but she clearly goes to this antique dealer. She knows the same one where the knife was purchased, and she's got a motorbike. So that would make her a very good candidate for the purchaser of that antique knife. Let's try the storage place, which is in the newspaper for a story. Gary's crates, M45. This is near the docks, too. Located near the docks, Gary's Crates rents out shipping containers to merchants or house movers with dozens all rowed up like dominoes. You track Gary down in a walkway as he's doing some kind of clipboard inventory. You ask about Mordecai Gray, and he shakes his head immediately. It was pretty sick. He'd had a lockup here for a while to store all his art pieces, but after he died, I had to let the executors in, and it was full of decomposing bodies. They were kind of propped up and arranged in a circle with strange symbols painted on their heads. You show him a photo of the symbol on Mordecai's forehead. Yeah, how'd you know? Is that, how is that? Is that his dead body? You ask him if any of the bodies could be identified, and he shrugs. They had Rendell's come and clear the place. Not sure if they made it to the coroner's. He offers you a discount on a 40-foot container before you leave, and you say you'll think about it. This seems like a kind of a big deal. Mordecai's storage space is full of dead bodies arranged in a circle. That sounds like some scary, murderous death cult thing. With strange symbols painted on their heads. This is all of a sudden, this case took a turn for the weird. Mordecai now was involved. I think Mordecai's involved in this cult, and they're doing some very scary things. And the Undertaker was called to take them, and she doesn't mention anything about this? They had the Rendells come and clear the place. Doesn't sound like they called the cops. I don't understand that. Not sure if they made it to the coroners. Did the Undertaker just come and take care of it without the police? That seems weird. Surely they have to call the police. We have a police station. Let's visit it. Let's see if they heard about this. I mean, this is kind of weird that the police, I mean, you would think the police would be all over that. M59. Let's see if this police know anything about this. Detective Salisbury greets you at the police station. He suggests you follow up all the leads from the interviews and witness statements, as they're a year old now. Rule out suspects until there's only one left. You ask if he's suspicious of anyone in particular, and he says, the ventriloquist puppet? And in case you're wondering, I did ask Lilith to collect a body as per her statement. You rule out the puppet, but decide another look over the paperwork might be in order. So that was just like a hint. Very strange. What about, do we have a separate entry for the docks area? Gary's crates. The docks. Let's go to the docks, because it's near the docks, and there was some talk about bodies dealing with the docks. M97. Jonathan's reminding me I did want to go to the theater. The docks host many private vessels, most of them for fishing, but there are many more private yachts than you'd expect. Two stand out immediately. One is painted like a zebra with a black and white stripes and emblazoned with tennis rackets. The other is ocean blue and named Justice 2. Its color gives it the appearance of slowly fading in and out of view in rhythm with the waves. You notice CCTV cameras and signs dotted around the place, all installed by K East. Okay, so do we have a security company, K East, or an electronics company, K East? Kwame East, web designer? What looks like it. Why is a web designer hooking up security cameras? M40. You dial the number you have for Kwame East and are greeted by an automated switchboard. After repeatedly dialing one for assistance, you finally reach Kwame. He's disappointed you haven't called for a website, but when you tell him about your investigation, he lets you know that he installed the CCTV at the docks and has footage to confirm Dominique Serrant was there last Halloween at the time of the murder. He plans to meet you at the library. Okay, so we've got another alibi for Savant. Timeline alibi. And now he wants to meet us at the library, which is where we went earlier and we weren't allowed to go back to. We weren't allowed to go until we talked to Kwame, so now we can go back there, M43. Library Argenta is larger than you'd expect, made from 3 large barn conversions that were joined together during the last century. Inside its bare stone walls are huge shelves lined with tomes bearing titles and authors unfamiliar to you. The sole computer in the library is a vintage Intel Pentium that's currently manned by Kwame East. He offers you several CD-ROMs, each a copy of the security footage of Dominique Serrant at the docks last Halloween. This is the raw footage. There's a checksum that makes sure it can't be tampered with. I got more copies than this just in case. You thank him for his assistance and try to view the footage on the library computer. It just about works, and you can clearly see Dominique keeping herself warm next to the ornamental clock as it strikes 6, then 7, then 8. Okay, that's it. It's just an alibi for her. All right. Well, we're slowly alibying people. That's good. Let's go to the theater that a couple of people have mentioned, the Baconian M91. Marcos says another source of ketamine could be the veterinarian. Yes, I pointed that out when we started our case. That would be a very good source, though we haven't seen anyone mention vet, but we could just drop by. More amphitheater than theater, the open-air Baconian has a retractable roof and is currently staging a run of Macbeth by Francis Bacon. You inquire within as to whether this is a new retelling of that great Scottish play, but the young man behind the desk abruptly corrects you, stating that Shakespeare stole all his plays from Francis Bacon, hence the naming of the establishment. He has no information regarding Mordecai Gray or the suspects in this case, but as an aside, he whispers that Dominique Serrant's act isn't the kind welcomed at the Baconian. Sounds like we want to go check out Dominique Serrant's act. Well, let's go talk to Dominique Serrant. Dominique Serrant, where is Dominique? Here's Dominique, the dancer. Let's remind ourselves. She's a burlesque dancer at the Moonstruck Lounge. She came to care for her father. Remember, she got ketamine for him, but they returned it all to the pharmacy. Already struggling for money, charged with petty theft from this lounge where she performed. They dropped the charges. They think maybe the reason she's mad at Mordecai is he promised her a large windfall sum of money, but she never got it. Before we do that, mortuary where Lilith worked before. Can you remind me where Lilith said she worked at the mortuary? Because that seems pretty important to me. And I don't remember that part. Do you remember where we heard that? Where we heard that she worked at the mortuary before? We heard about Jenna. Ketamine. Can someone remind me? Did we visit Rendell at her other place where she currently works? Maybe we didn't. We went to the coroner's office. We didn't go to Rendell's funeral home. That's where she currently is. Okay, so before we talk to our new suspect, let's finish up. We forgot to go to Rendell's current time and talk to her. Let's do that. That's a good idea. Okay, she's up there in terms of suspect for sure. With no answer from the door, you let yourself into Rendell's funeral home. You call out, there's no reply, except for a buzzing sound coming from the basement. That's where you find Lilith Rendell, bone saw in hand, giving one of the recently deceased a makeover. You just caught me. I'm supposed to be at the bank, then the butterfly park, but the hills left me another treat. She gestures at the corpse on the slab in front of her. Lilith seems a friendly sort, but when asked about Mordecai Gray, she turns icy. He had no respect for the dead, which is ironic considering how he's turned out. You ask what she means about respect for the dead. Bodies aren't meant for storage crates, she continues with the bone saw, so you decide to make your exit, but not before noticing a few strangely familiar chalk symbols drawn on the basement walls. So she's drawing warding symbols of sorts. And a little comment about how our guy Mordecai had dead bodies. Maybe they were the reason there wasn't a big serial killer investigation is because it became clear that they were deceased bodies that he had bought from the Undertaker or something. Doesn't that make sense? Like, he wasn't killing bodies and propping them up in his storage shed. He was buying dead bodies. I think that makes some sense. All right, we got to take another break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back. We're playing Murderous Muses, the 9 of us who are still here. It's a very strange case because all these people have very human reasons to want him dead, and then every once in a while we get a whiff that there's some real supernatural stuff going on. He's got dead bodies in his storage area, arranged in a circle. There's symbols painted on foreheads that look like they are to keep the ghosts at bay, but they seem to be the symbol of someone who's learned about the cult from a book rather than the symbol that the true cult members believe in. On the other hand, maybe we don't need to know all this. We are gradually eliminating suspects with alibis. We've already eliminated, we believe, 3 of 6. So maybe we just need to concentrate on eliminating more people and we'll be left with 1, and it won't matter if we really understand all of the details. There's a listing for a museum of unnatural history. It could have cult information. Yes, so could the bookstore. I'm inclined, though, to not just go to places until they're mentioned, at least for now. When we run out of leads, we'll start checking into loose ends. But for now, let's focus on our main suspects. Just looking at the directory again to get ideas here. Bookstore might have a place where someone could learn about the cult without being a member. Locksmith. There's lots of talk about who knows about the spare keys to get in because somehow someone had to have gotten in. The ketamine so far, there is someone with ketamine that's unaccounted for, and that's Lilith, the Undertaker. But as we've talked about, we're thinking that maybe we could talk to an animal shelter or a veterinarian for other sources of ketamine. Burial grounds, the woods. I mean, it does seem like we might want to drop by those places to see if there's anything weird going on. The other thing we haven't really talked about is whether we think something weird was going on about this exhibition. Remember, he was killed on opening night, and these people don't really know why he wanted to paint their pictures. It's a little weird, right? Like you have to wonder, is there some bigger picture scheme going on here? Let's move to our dancer. I am interested in checking out her show for research purposes. And I can see that I should have done these stickers a little bit better. All right, I'll try not to fold this up. All right, so Dominique, let's remind ourselves about her situation here. A burlesque dancer at the Moonstruck Lounge. She left to take care of her terminally ill father and was charged with petty theft from the place she worked because she was struggling for money to take care of her terminally ill father. We think she might have a motive because he owed her money, or promised he was going to give her money, but he never did. That does not sound to me like a recipe for murder. That's just not those are not the ingredients for murder. But maybe there's something else going on. All right, let's read her statement. Dominique Serrant, or Dominique Serrant. You can leave if you'd like. Well, thank you. I suppose I will. I was talking to Harris. Harris, you can leave. Harris? Harris? Dominique sniggers. Okay, fine. You keep scribbling then. You know why you're here, don't you? I've given you a statement and answered all your questions. I know you're a prude, so we'll start with an easy one just to get back into the swing of things. Okay? Did you murder Mordecai Gray? No. Unbelievable. If you're accusing me, God only knows what that means for your chances of catching the real killer. I'm asking everyone, Miss Sarant. Really? Did this person taking notes kill him? Harris sniggers and drops a pencil. Boone gives a cold stare to Harris. It's not helpful when you record stuff like that, Harris. You do know that, don't you? Harris shrugs. Transcription pauses and then resumes. I have to read these bloody things back afterwards. I don't need you live shorthanding your every thought. Just note anything the suspect does, okay? Boone points at Miss Sarant. We're going to talk about this afterwards, Harris. Is that all? No. What was your relationship to Mordecai Gray? I was one of his muses, I suppose. He was painting me for an exhibition. I'd never met the guy before that. Why were you trying to leave the island on the night of the murder? I told you I had an audition in Paris. They said you didn't turn up. I couldn't make it. Couldn't make it because of the storm. But I was waiting at the docks for hours. Don't they have CCTV there? Yes. And? Well, we'll check. I'm not famous enough yet to have a body double. Where were you on the morning of the 31st of October? Getting a tattoo. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. I wanted something to symbolize my new start. Would you like me to show you, Justice Hoon? So you didn't have an appointment? No, but Pearl wasn't busy. You can check with her if you like. I was there for about 3 hours. Did Mordecai Gray ever give you a key to his loft? No. How'd you get in? The usual way. I knocked and Mordecai opened the door. He had a lot of valuables in there, so I don't think he'd trust me with a key. We weren't exactly close. I've got a record here showing you filled a prescription for ketamine from Kestrel's. That was for my dad. He was in unbearable pain toward the end. It was liquid ketamine that needed to be injected. Did you administer his ketamine? They showed me how, but I couldn't do it. I see. Do you still have any? I returned it all to the pharmacy about a week before Halloween. You can check with them. It was all there. Strange. Do you still have any of your late father's climbing gear? Oh, I kept his harness, sentimental items. Gave everything else to Frank, one of his climbing buddies. Any rope? No. Good quality rope is pretty expensive, so he called dibs on that straight away. And have you been in the antique shop recently? Well, I've looked in the window, but I've never been inside. Their prices are a bit overblown. But you know Ishmael. Is that the owner? No, I spoke to him on the phone once about selling some watches. He wasn't interested. And what about Luxurious? Sorry, what? The Luxurious cult? No, that doesn't mean anything to me. And what about this symbol? Presents her a sheet of paper. I've seen that before. In my dad's notebook. What is it? Some people believe it offers protection. Well, my dad's dead, so you can let them know it doesn't work. That'll be all, Miss Sarant. Please don't attempt to leave Merlehaven until we say. Huh, you don't have to keep me here. Merlehaven's doing a good job on its own. Miss Sarant leaves elegantly. Hoon watches, then looks at Harris, then approaches Harris. Like, I don't know, he's going to have a talk with Harris. Something occurs to me. Let's read her statement, and then we'll see if you guys have the same thought as I did. Here's Dominique's statement. On the 31st October 2022, I was in Merlehaven. In the morning, I got a tattoo at Pearl's, which took around 3 hours. After that, I returned home and packed a suitcase in preparation to leave for Paris, as I had an audition for the role of Elizabeth in the musical Edward's Always Up to No Good at the Theatre Rosenhatz. Unfortunately, I did not get to leave Merlehaven. I waited at the docks for a ferry to take me back to the mainland, but due to the storm that night, no ferries were leaving until the morning. I did notice multiple CCTV cameras, as I'm always on the lookout for people trying to take pictures of me. I did not kill Mordecai Gray and had no reason to. We purely had a business relationship. There was a verbal agreement that Mordecai would pay me some money if he sold my portrait painting, but that's unlikely to be honored now. Okay, so there's something interesting that may just be a coincidence, but it's occurred to me that most of the suspects we're talking to have parents that are dead and parents that might be involved in this cult. Is that true? Because the Finch twins have parents that, until she finds her parents. So these parents are not dead, but they've disappeared when the sister died. And Dominique's father died, and he knew the symbols. She claims not to. Am I imagining that other people talked about their Carolyn had been serving time, attempted murders of Xavier and his mother, for which he has gained a small inheritance. Maybe I'm imagining it. I can't remember if Catherine Myers had a parent or if Lilith Rendell did. I think she mentioned her parents, though. Like, mentioned her parents used to run the mortuary or something. I don't know about Otto and Pip, though. All right, let's do our normal follow-up. Dominique has mentioned some places that we want to check out, including her partial alibi about the tattoo. We already alibied Dominique, actually. We did check out the CCTV, and Dominique is on the CCTV just when she said. So I'm not sure what the point is of checking out the tattoo. But let's go see if she got a tattoo of some luxurious symbol, since she claims not to know it. Queen Pearl M77. Like this cult is very suspicious. We should follow up anyone that could look like they know about it. Pearl of the Queen Pearl Tattoo Parlor is an octogenarian who lectures you for a full 10 minutes on the downsides of getting ink done before finally asking you for your passport along with what you'd like and where you'd like it. You mention Mordecai Gray, and she immediately tells you about the lovely Dominique Saurant, the exotic dancer from the Moonstruck Lounge, whom she tattooed last Halloween. She does remember that Dom was very annoyed with Mr. Gray because she felt he owed her a lot of money. But Pearl doesn't recall much more. She says she zones out when the needle starts humming and often falls asleep on the job. Okay. What about the Moonstruck Club? The Moonstruck Lounge, M62. Let's go to where Dominique worked. Presumably she doesn't work there anymore since she was caught stealing from there. M62. Did Dominique say what she does now? Can't remember. Oh, she's back working at the Moonstruck, apparently. Dominique Saran is practicing her moves when you arrive at the Moonstruck Lounge. I've been expecting you, she purrs, but I'm not pleading my innocence. There's no need to prove the truth. She wraps a leg around a chrome pole, then gently releases it. Can you take me away from this rock? I'm bored playing Miss Moonstruck, and I don't want to die here. You ask her about ketamine. My dad was prescribed ketamine for an infection he got visiting Merlehaven mines, but I couldn't inject him. I don't even do needles for fun. She unfurls a hand fan from nowhere and flutters it in your face. I returned it all to the pharmacy anyway. Is there anything else I can help with? You think for a while, but decide to turn her down, so she pouts and struts back to the stage. Her routine is mesmerizing for as long as you dare to watch it. Okay, so she's still in this small town, back to dancing at the club she robbed from. That's a small town for you. But mention of the mines. Let's head to the mines where the guy got ill. Is this going to be another one of our creepy stuff? Remember, his notebook had the warding symbol from Luxeris. So he may have been involved in this stuff. The mines are shut when you arrive, but fortunately there's an informational plaque that you can read. Merlehaven's coal mines were operational for over 2 decades before being shut down. Mallow coal is exclusive to Merlehaven, a type of coal that's spongy to the touch and burns brighter and longer than hard coal. However, the life expectancy of a mallow coal miner was around 2 years. And because of this, mining was made illegal in 1975. Tours now focus on the machinery and offices above ground, as entering the mine itself is forbidden. Huh. Okay. At the hospital, someone mentioned the body's flow stopped because someone's dead body was used to medical practice instead of one with no relatives. Do we know why Gray got his lock changed? That is a great point. We talked to a witness recently who said they went with him when he changed his lock. Let's go to the locksmith and find out why he changed his lock and when. Locksmith, Kale's Emporium. I am curious to hear the answer to this one. M38. Kale's Emporium is a hive of activity when you arrive, mainly for their side business of shoe repair. When you ask the woman working a lathe about Mordecai Gray, she nods and remembers making spare keys for his loft. She's seen most of the suspects you mention over the years, but none more frequently than Lilith Rendell. Lilith changes the locks at her funeral home every 6 months and has a standing order with Kale's. Other than that, she tells you that Dominique Serrant comes in every now and then with a broken high heel and comments that she's obviously doing something too energetically. Lilith changes the locks on the funeral home every 6 months? What's that about? Boy, Lilith is really a sketchy person. She's got a girlfriend with a motorcycle. She's got ketamine that doesn't have to be accounted for. She may have been in a business of trading dead bodies to Mordecai in some sort of illegal business. Well, who do we have left? Catherine Myers, we talked to her. Dominique Serrant, we talked to her. Lilith Rendell, the Undertaker, we talked to her. Sunday Finch, we talked to her. Xavier Hahn, we talked to her. Him. The only person we haven't talked to yet is the ventriloquist, Otto Pipistrel. So let's visit him, and then we'll start cleaning up loose ends here. What was your relationship with the victim like? Which one? What do you mean? How many? Mordecai Gray. Oh, him. Well, he bought Pip off me. Pip? Yeah, my ventriloquist dummy. He bought him off me and now he's gone. And you wanted it back. Pip's not an it. He's a he. Was Pip something worth killing for? Mordecai's not worth doing the time for. Yeah, you're not a fan, huh? Where are you going with this? What were you doing on the 31st of October? I was at home. Why? Marcy's gig had been canceled. I knew there'd be alcohol at the gallery. I didn't want to tempt myself. And when was the last time you drank alcohol? This morning. So by tempt yourself, you mean I didn't want to see his face. Mordecai. You're still angry. I didn't kill him, all right. I need to find Pip. Pip, yeah, I see. And did you know about Mordecai's spare key? I used it once, months ago. I'd left Pip in the loft and needed to get him for a gig. And did you keep the key? No. Huh. Well, actually, now you mention it, I can't remember. Perhaps I still have it. Perhaps check for us when you get home. Sure. We found a large amount of ketamine in Mordecai's tox report. You know anything about that? I was prescribed ketamine once in tablet form. And why are you specifying tablets? Well, I assume it was a liquid form used on Mordecai. How do you know that? Because you can't inject tablets. How do you know it was injected? I don't know. because force feeding him tablets sounds silly. So you have ketamine? No. Turns out I'm super allergic to it. Had a full-blown bloaty head. Lucky I necked it at the pharmacy just so they could EpiPen me on the spot. Just a snort of the dust might kill me. So you don't have any? No. Plus I've got tryptonophobia. What's that? Look it up. You seem agitated. I'm not. I've been going to the gym every week since rehab, and I'm missing a session right now. You lift weights? Yeah, why? What are you trying to say? Ever powder your hands before lifting? Yeah, I'm a sweaty guy. Interesting. You ever been to the antique store here on Merlehaven? He smells like a great, lovely guy, but I've never been in his shop. Couldn't afford an antique even if I wanted one. So you never spoke to him at all? No. He made an offer to buy Pip once. I turned him down, obviously. So you have been in his shop? No, that was at Marcy's. I'm sensing you're getting a bit desperate, Justice Hoon. I'm not making much headway, if that's what you're asking. Can you take a look at this, please? Hoon holds up a picture of the symbol. Yeah, I've seen that before, yeah. Where? On Pip's foot, I think. How did it get there? I don't know. I thought it was a manufacturer's stamp. Boy, that's creepy. That's very creepy. The ventriloquist dummy has a stamp of ghost of warding of spirits? Tryptonophobia is a fear of needles. That makes complete sense. This is very creepy. Let's read the summary statement. I didn't leave the house at all on Halloween. I was doing a gig at Marcy's and it was canceled. I did not kill Mordecai Gray. If anyone finds Pip, my ventriloquy dummy, please return him. All right, let's go stop by Marcy's. We're going to see if we can't run into Otto. It's been a year now since his statement. So let's go to Marcy's Club. But I think we need to talk about this stamp on the dummy's foot. The dummy that's now missing and that Mordecai wanted to purchase. M49. Let's see if Otto has found his dummy. Marcy's Club and Bar is lavishly overdone with red upholstery and gold-painted accents. Slumped over a bottle at the end of the bar is Otto Pipistrel. He's not entirely sober and slowly recounts how his ventriloquist double act with puppet Pip used to rule Marcy's. When asked about Mr. Gray, he smashes his bottle against the wall and a towering woman, who you assume is Marcy, escorts him off the premises. When she returns, she says, "You won't. You'll be able to find him at Mallow Motors, but if you speak to him, let him know he's not welcome here again unless it's to pay his bar bill. Thanks, love." Okay, so he's become drunk alcoholic now, and now he's at Mallow Motors for some reason. All right, well, let's go to the Mallow Motors, which is going to be what? Car dealership, or maybe where he works. Mallow Motors, M48. The once famous comedian Otto Pipistrel now plays the role of car sales negotiator at Mallow Motors. He knows you're here to talk about Mordecai and says, why don't you ask the doctors what I'm like with ketamine? When you ask about the fan that overdosed from the newspaper article, he starts snarling. I didn't get charged with anything. She partied too much and paid the price. You ask if Mordecai knew about the girl, and he says, I don't know nothing about anything. I'm glad he's dead, but I didn't do it. He robbed me of Pip, and now he's nowhere to be found. Otto disappears back into the office of the dealership, leaving you in a sea of electric vehicles. So Pip, the ventriloquist dummy, is missing. And he's got the sign of warding on his foot. And has had for a long time, I guess. You saw it on Pip's foot. Is there a soul inside that dummy? I mean, the dummy does not appear to be the central character in this story. Otherwise, I might be inclined to jump to such a weird conclusion. But I don't know how the other people explain it. Has he? I mean, this is jumping to huge conclusions, but it does make you think. Has he somehow transferred his soul into Pip the ventriloquist dummy? But then where is it? Has he like arranged to have himself killed? Otto has no alibi, except he's very allergic to ketamine. I mean, if two people are working together, all bets are off. All right, let's look at our suspects. Who do we have alibis for? We have a very strong alibi for Dominique Serrant. She is on CCTV at the docks. We have a soft alibi for Otto. He's allergic to the ketamine. We have a very strong alibi for Sunday Finch. She's on video trying to summon a ghost with the videographer. Okay, so who do we have left then? Otto only has a soft alibi because he's allergic to ketamine. So Catherine Meyer, Lilith Rendell, and Xavier Hahn. One is the Undertaker, one is the Surgeon, and one is the Justice. Our most obvious culprit here is Lilith Rendell, who has access to ketamine that's unaccounted for. Catherine Meyer has access to ketamine, but doesn't look like it's been used. Xavier Hahn, I think, same. Did Catherine have a good alibi? Let's take a look at Catherine's alibi. Where were you? I was at the gallery past 6 talking to the gallery manager. Did you see anyone? Tall, slim. Why were you trying to find him? He wasn't well. He'd been acting strange, not like himself after he went to that weird place. Property damage for defacing the lighthouse. She rehabilitated him. Undulating hills, he went a bit crazy. She knows about the spare key. She has access to the ketamine, but we know from the records that none is missing. Could she have bought rope? Yes, for my yacht. Jim, Angelica, we talked to her. What about antique knives? She says, yeah, I buy them in my luxurious because I'm the leader of the church. So I was at the gallery from 6:30 talking to the manager. And then we probably talked to the manager at the gallery. Let's see if she confirmed her alibi. You tell her you're trying to corroborate alibi. She says, Professor Catherine Myers, this place goes down. Doesn't really give her an alibi for 7 p.m., does it? You only recognize the names. It all matches up with the statement Sasha gave. Let's take a look at Sasha's statement again. Trying to nail down whether Catherine actually has an alibi or not. So she won't give any statement, but she does give this written statement. Join me in the Higgins, our night watch. We should try to find him. Night watchman. Because after 7, he joined. Okay, she sees him at 3. He signs in. He never signs out. Justice Myers was at the gallery from around 6:30 to 7:30. Okay, you're right. Catherine seems to have an alibi. 6:30 to 7:30 alibi. That's a pretty strong alibi. You don't think there's any way someone could drug him earlier and then set up the knife murder to happen while they're gone? We do have a clockmaker. You could imagine some sort of mechanism to sort of stab him. Automatic stabbing. That would explain why you would drug him and tie him up, right? Think about that for a second. It's a bit cartoonish, but let's say you want to kill someone, but you want to make sure you're not anywhere near the murder scene when that happens. So you drug him up, you tie him to a chair, then you set up some device that will kill him hours later. You'd have to be able to get in and get that device, though. When was the body found? "5 minutes past 9. He didn't appear. They enter at 9:30. No one is seen leaving while we get there. The door is locked. Someone has to have a key. He's tied up with rope. Strange symbol. All right. Well, if this is right, if this person did kill him at 7 p.m., then Catherine has her alibi. Before we check and see if we can't find alibis for the other two, Jonathan says, other thing is Catherine may have been wearing a costume. Might call Sasha's testimony into question. Maybe she's going to wear a costume later. All right, let's look at this for a second. We got a couple places we're interested in. The vet for use of drugs, we're interested in that. Pagan guides, tour guide, that might give us a little background about the supernatural stuff. Religious church may have a different perspective on the cult. Newspaper might have some information. Museum of Unnatural History might have some information. Bookstore might have some information about. I don't see the night watchman to give us extra information, unfortunately. All right. Where shall we go? We run into this name? Claire Arlingham? Let's spend a little bit of time iterating back and forth between places and looking for alibis. So we're thinking other sources of ketamine. So let's try the vet, M16. Let's see if we can find someone who was known to get ketamine. A drunk Otto once brought Pip to the vets for resuscitation. Whilst they played along to discourage any violence, they did find a chewed-up drinks coaster lodged in the puppet's mouth. Other than that, they have no other information to offer. Okay. And then, in a similar vein, there was an animal shelter. They might have ketamine, especially to put animals out of there for euthanasia. M90. Animal shelter can't help with the case. They do have several kittens and puppies that need a home. Okay. All right. Well, we've been treating this like a supernatural case, but when in doubt, motive of money is always a strong one. Maybe he's got a will or something at the bank. Let's try it. M92. Bank manager Miss Argenta is not happy discussing customer accounts without a warrant, but does let you know that Otto Pipistrel has been overdrawn for several months, and Lilith Rendell is currently defaulting on a personal loan that has been secured against Rendell's funeral home. Dominique Saran has an active account that goes overdrawn each month. He asks if she's related to the owners of Gallery Argenta, and she replies, "Of course, my family loves this community and we do all we can for it. Now, I'm sorry, but I must wash my hair." She points towards the exit. That's weird. Remember when we go into the art gallery and we say, "Do you have any idea who killed this guy?" She says, "This place." Like this whole town killed him. The chalk seller talk about the hallucinogenic properties of the local wine. This, with the mind's dead and visions in various outdoor places, may imply that there's something wrong spreading from the soil. That's an interesting idea. Well, along those lines, let's stop by some of these outdoor places. And how about the burial grounds as our natural first visit? M11. Originally a makeshift resting place for the first settlers, the burial grounds were turned into the largest solitary graveyard on the island with thousands of headstones honoring the dead. Only Merlehaven residents with pre-booked plots can be buried here now. Mordecai Gray's plot is flanked by a handmade wooden cross engraved with symbols of weeping eyes and snakes. The epitaph reads, "If found, bury me again in the hills." That's weird. Like if I come back to life. Has he arranged his own murder so that he would be come back to life? Marco and DJ Moneycut are talking about the soil. DJ says the ground in the hills was spongy, just like the toxic coal was described, and the mines were shut down. It is suspicious, but I'm not sure. Well, what about this article in the newspaper? Do you remember this? The recent tourist season has seen an influx of Englanders visiting the hills. Dot, 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 dot. Remember the Undertaker said she had to pick up a tourist who had died in the hills or something? Many of them don't bother seeking medical treatment after the incident and later find themselves deteriorating rapidly. The coroner has put out a plea for Merliners with leftover. Like something's going on out there in the land. All right, well, let's keep going then. How about the woods and the bluff? Aurora Woods, M09. Jonathan says, we haven't been to the Savior's Bell, even though it looks like we might have. Yes, I do see that we haven't been there. There. Okay, let's go to Aurora Woods. M09. Another famous Merlehaven tourist attraction, the Aurora Woods have trees that, due to their strange molecular structure, let out an unpleasant shrieking sound every time they're hit with an axe. Fortunately, you forget to bring one, but you do see a small building as you're leaving the woods with a sign that says Sophia Ruiz. Small building, Sophia Ruiz. Hey, can we find Sophia Ruiz here? Financial advisors, Sophia Ruiz is right outside the woods. All right, well, that's reason enough to visit her. M85. That's weird. Sophia's office is actually a cabin on the outskirts of the Aurora Woods. She waves at you from the decking as you approach, and you tell her what you're here for. The only one I've spoken to is Lilith Rendell. She came here a couple years back with her friend, fiance, girlfriend, I can't remember, runs the florists. Anyway, Lilith wanted some advice about joint ownership of the funeral home, but I told her she'd need to talk to a lawyer about that. Hands you a flyer titled Mortgages, Investments, Pensions. Shrugging, she says, "That's all we do here." The pair of them got a bit agitated and skidded away on their two-wheeled death machine. You heartily agree and make a hasty exit, leaving her flyer behind. So another mention here of the motorcycle. They want to know about joint ownership of the funeral home. That doesn't really sound suspicious. I told her we'd need to you need to talk to a lawyer about that. But there is only one law firm, and that's run by Catherine and Zimbardo. I'm going to reread that entry. We have read it, but let's see. The only law firm on the island. They're handling the will, and they also would have talked to Lilith. We're looking at his will, and his will says, the vessel beneath us that carries our soul. This is another tie into the idea that underground, something weird's going on. The vessel beneath us that carries our souls. The beneficiary of the will. When he dies, all his property goes to the vessel beneath us that carries our souls. And he says they've had a hard job fulfilling his will because this vessel hasn't come to claim. The vessels beneath us. The vessel beneath us that carries our souls. That's his beneficiary. Boy, that's creepy. What about the fact that all these postcards have like this blue water behind them? Is there something to that? Vessels beneath us. Vessels beneath us that carries our souls. Hmm. We could visit the insurers to see if the victim had a policy. Lilith doesn't want to talk about that to the VJ. Avoid the law firm. Not 100% sure what that means. I'm inclined to continue on with these places of interest, but we do have two more people. I mean, we have two people that we're trying. The game tells us, like, don't get carried away, focus on police work. So we could try to remind ourselves of what these two people said then and now, see if one of them has an alibi. Right now, it's looking really strongly like Lilith Rendell, but we could try to revisit Xavier Hahn and see how good his alibi is. We may be forgetting that he did have a good alibi. Why don't we take a break? We've been playing for 4 hours and 23 minutes. We we're gonna finish tonight, I think. Let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll decide how to attack this problem next. But I feel like we're not that far from eliminating our second to last person with alibis, but we're not that close to understanding what happened here. I'll see you in 8 minutes. There's some talk in the chat about the comments about his will. Let's see. Vessels that carry souls sounds like bodies to me. He did seem to have a thing for bodies. And then I suggested, what about the part where he says the vessels that carry souls beneath us? I was thinking maybe that's like the dead and buried bodies. The voice in the hills said, catch her. I wonder who. Sunday seems to have gotten away with killing. Well, remember, we think she killed her sister. So that may be the little side story about... I wonder if the little girl was the sister. But then remember the girl said that Mordecai was weak. That was strange. We may want to revisit that. But now I'm thinking about the vessels, the bodies buried underground, and he had bodies in his storage area in a circle. Do you think he's... Like, remember I was pointing out, like, that the parents are dead or something? I wonder if... I'm still sort of hung up on why he wants to paint these people's pictures, like if there's some aspect to it. So, but I did want to, before we continue here too far, I wanted to revisit something. Here's the paintings. Let's take a look at these paintings for a second. Here's the portraits he did of these people. So we've got the clockmaker. We've got the tennis pros. She's selling bodies. This woman doesn't seem to have done anything too wrong. This guy was a surgeon, and remember, he was making mistakes that might lead to people getting killed because he was drunk or something. And this woman here, she's selling dead bodies. This woman killed her sister with the tennis racket. This guy treats his puppet as if he's got a soul in it. It's got a soul, and he even brought it to the doctor. Catherine, is she doing experiments in the mortuary, in the penitentiary on people? There were some hints about that. Like, are all these people up to no good? I don't know what Dominique is doing wrong, though. Although we're told she's caring for her elderly father. Okay. DJ's Money Cuts points out that the thing that I said was water in the back, they're all sitting on a blue couch for his portrait. So I wonder if there's some like revenge, like Mordecai is getting revenge. But I wanted us to look at the paintings at the back of this book. Like here's his portal he was drawing, doorway on the lighthouse. And then here at this end, we've got some more. Here's another lighthouse drawing. Butterfly Park. So we should visit Butterfly Park. Tornado of the Moon. Tornado de Luna. And then he also painted this one. Flock of Starlings. That's the one where we thought it looked like there might be some writing in it. And then there's more. Here's the Baconian he drew, Aurora Woods, and Marie's Farm. So the places we haven't been of these so far are Marie's Farm, and we haven't been to Butterfly Park. So I think maybe we should go to those places. I'm not sure. Does Butterfly Park even exist? But Marie's Farm certainly does. And Savior's Bell, Abernathy's Bluff. Let's go to all these outdoor areas. Marie's Farm, he painted them. Let's go to them. But maybe at some point, let's go back and find the alibi for Xavier. Okay, so Marie's Farm M109. Why did he draw that? We don't know. That's the only reason we have of interest in it. Marie's Farm is yet another tourist attraction. Back in 1975, farmer Marie Abernathy claimed she woke up to find all her chickens were levitating as if lifted by an invisible hand. Unsurprisingly, Marie's story was met with ridicule, with some blaming it on the work of a poultrygeist, while others called for an exorcist. When you arrive, it's closed. Okay. How about Savior's Bell now? M81. You hike your way back to the docks to see Savior's Bell, only to be greeted by an empty stone plinth and a marble plaque for tourists. Savior's Bell was originally sounded to warn islanders of trouble at sea, but its ringing soon became synonymous with drownings instead. Originally from Merlehaven docks, the bell was dismantled in 1975 when it was acquired by Gallery Argenta. Despite its removal, some say they can still hear its doleful chimes on stormy nights. Hmm. Well, that doesn't really help us much. Did we need to revisit these TV scripts for details? Let's do this just in case. Walking backwards. 7 p.m., he was scheduled to reveal the exhibition, and right at that point, he was being killed. Right at the point where he was scheduled to unveil the pictures, he was killed. He told the gallery manager he had a final errand to run and he would be back. According to the coroner, he was murdered precisely at 7 p.m., the same time his exhibition opened. Very serious coincidence. That was just the opening. Okay, here's the part about the ketamine. Injection to the neck. Near perfect amount of ketamine, just enough to tranquilize him without inducing a heart attack. The murderer knew exactly what they were doing. That leans a little bit away from Lilith, right? Because would she really know how much to use? She could learn it on the internet, but staggered around, lost consciousness, syringe or dart. And they tie him up with a rope. Everyone has access to the rope. Murdered exactly at 7 p.m. Right when the opening of the gallery is scheduled. Very strange. And then there's the silver dagger, which certainly Lilith's friend could have gotten. Dumped in an alley. Remembered selling it weeks before. Who did he sell it to? Mordecai Gray. But was it really Mordecai? Envelope and cash. Asked for the piece by its display case number. to me, let me just point this out again. I think we said this before, but to me, when the buyer comes in a motorcycle gear and says, give me display case 58, to me, that sounds not like they were in before and remembered or wrote down what display case they wanted. To me, that almost reads like one person has gone in and noticed it and had another person come get it. Like they've gotten instructions, go get what's in display case 57, rather than like they've never seen it. They don't know what they're getting. They've just been instructed. That's kind of what it sounds like to me. Isn't Jenna a florist? Is that the reason she might have had a floral scent like perfume? He doesn't say a floral scent. He says smells like coffee. Jenna is a florist with the motorcycle. But why would she smell like coffee? I thought he said coffee and perfume. Yes, he did. He did say perfume kind of like coffee. It's not clear if he meant coffee, perfume, or both smells. Where did she get coffee from? We were told the well, let's remind ourselves of the coffee person. The coffee person told us the regulars. Did we write it down or do we need to go back and see? I think we need to go back and coffee. Look who goes to the coffee joint. Lilith and Jenna. Lilith and Jenna both go to the coffee shop. Yeah, it's looking good like them. All right, so what did we want to do? Parks, Butterfly Park. Let's go to Butterfly Park. Then I think we should try to get Xavier's alibi so we can focus in on Lilith if we think it's her. Butterfly Park M96. We're going here because he painted it. The Merlehaven Butterfly Park and Center for Tourism is on the north coast of the island and is home to over 2,000 exotic butterflies from all over the world. Merlehaven has its own unique butterfly species too, a merfly, which resembles a red admiral, but with asymmetric markings on its wings. If you visited Geary's Crates and Rendell's, keep reading. We have. Otherwise, turn back now. Sitting outside on a bench and grimacing in the sun is Lilith Rendell. She looks super annoyed to be disturbed twice, but you ask about the bodies in the storage crates anyway. Don't look into things that don't concern you. She points to a merfly. They're carnivorous, you know, love eating the flesh of their own kind. Love it. She looks at you as if you'd be appetizing too. You press again about how Mordecai got the bodies, and she pauses for far too long. We had an arrangement like the hospital, but when I found out what he was doing with them, I called the whole thing off. He was raging. He threatened to tell everyone. She locks eyes with you, but don't tell anyone, please. The hospital, it needs those bodies. I'm saving people's lives. When I found out what he was doing with him, I called the whole thing off. All right, so she's giving him bodies, and she's also bringing bodies to the hospital where they're doing studies on teaching with them. And she says that he threatened to expose what she's doing. But she doesn't tell us what he is doing. Is he trying to preserve himself in those bodies or something? Trying to transfer souls inside there? I mean, this makes me a little less suspicious of Lilith based on what she's saying here. On one hand, the facts make it more suspicious of her, but the fact that she's admitting that he threatened to tell what was going on. Is it possible that Jenna did it behind Lilith's back? There's outdoor. Okay, so there's one more outdoor location, one more outdoor place of interest, Abernathy's Bluff. So we might as well go there. M03. Abernathy's Bluff is the most inhospitable rock face on the island, luring countless mountaineers to their deaths every year. Whilst potentially deadly for the people that take part, the sport has supplied millions of pounds worth of revenue to Merlehaven in tourism. When you arrive, not a soul is around. You dare yourself to look over the edge, but as you get closer, you feel an invisible force gently press your lower back, pushing you further toward the abyss. You recoil, and nothing is there. You decide leaving is the best option. All right, that's spooky. I do think we were told that the tourists died up on the mountain. I wonder if are there more tourist locations for us to check out? Post office, town hall, Museum of Unnatural History, the Chronicle. I want to go to the newspaper. Tour guides, pagan guides, and majestic tours. We should definitely go to the tour guides. All right, but I think we need to take a break and get back to our police work for a second. Let's look at the doctor's alibis. Xavier Hahn. All right, let's see. He was supposed to go on a hunting trip. It got canceled. He stayed in his house, drink in one hand, rifle in the other, waiting for his wife to come home. Carolyn Hahn, my ex-wife. You never left the place? No. Any witnesses? No. The rifle was for self-defense. Did you know the victim? I just sat for his portrait. Ever fall out? No, we never fell in. Did you know he had a spare key? I know. I told him to get one. Did you ever use it? A couple of times because he was late. Did you go to his funeral? No. Did you keep the key? No, I put it on the back of the door frame. Ketamine. He's not allowed anywhere near it. You're a prime suspect. You used to be a surgeon. You would know how much ketamine. Did you ever buy rope? Yes, I bought rope. Everyone has this rope. You bought a rope the week before Halloween. He said, I need some wood that needed tying up. I'm a clockmaker. I need wood to make clocks. Have you ever been to the antique store? He says, February, I sold some heirlooms. Have you bought any antiques? No, I still got my mother's junk. So Xavier has no alibi. He had tickets, but he didn't leave his house. All right, so Xavier Hahn has no alibi, and he would have known how much ketamine to give him. His best alibi, though, is no one would have sold him ketamine. And what about our Undertaker? Notice that Xavier Hahn also has a parent that's recently died. Do you have a spare key? I had a locksmith make 2 keys for Mordecai and change the lock. Why would I keep one? He keeps the spare key. He's just drawing my picture. I didn't know of him before that. You embalm a lot of people, you find a lot of stuff, some drug mills. Right. She has the ketamine that's unaccounted for. The chalk matches her gloves. Antique. Jenna is my best friend. She runs the florist. Does she collect antique weapons? You need to ask her. Does she own a motorbike? Yes. Does she ever run errands for you? Yes. Do you know this symbol? I've seen it before. That stops bad things happening to dead people. Would you know how to draw it? My mom drew these in the mortuary all the time. I could give it a go. Want me to try drawing it? Let's see. 10 a.m. She was at Marigold's with the florist, trying on Halloween costumes with the owner, Jenna. We handed out sweets till 2 p.m. I got a call telling me to retrieve the body of a tourist from the hills. Took a half an hour. Came back to trick-or-treating with Jenna till 4 p.m. I didn't want to leave the tourist body for too long, so I went back to the funeral parlor to do an autopsy. I finished the autopsy around 8 p.m., started to get ready to go to the Gallery Argenta when she got a call from Jenna. I lost track of time and we chatted till about 10 p.m. Is it Jenna? I mean, Jenna doesn't have an alibi. She's giving us her alibi for her autopsy, but that's just as good as Xavier's timeline alibi. They both are alone. I want to reread the Jenna Marigold Forest statement, M51. I remember trying costumes in the morning. Lilith looked ridiculously hot. We paid for a lockup together to store our costumes because we have so many. I assume that's in the crates. She says yes. Lilith picked up a body. I offered to help. You can't fit 3 people on a motorbike. She's got an ornate vase, a bouquet of calla lilies. Can someone look up calla lilies? I just want to make sure they don't smell of coffee. She picked up from Ismo. I love old things. And that's it. Okay, and then I'm just gonna make a quick trip to Rendell's, again, funeral home, to see what Willis says in the current time. So she's downstairs at the bone saw. I'm supposed to be at the bank and then Butterfly Park. Oh, that's where we met her. He had no respect for the dead, which is ironic considering how he turned out. Bodies aren't meant for storage crates. And then we leave. We leave, but we see chalk symbols on the basement walls. Chalk symbols drawn on the basement walls. The ornate vase was in the portrait. Well, the ornate vase is Jenna's, so I don't know why Lilith would have it. I think she just has an urn. I don't think this is the ornate porcelain vase. Unless you think it's here, but that doesn't look like it. So I think that's a false alarm. So Lilith and Xavier are both don't have good timeline alibis, but Xavier would have a hard time getting the ketamine, whereas Lilith has some already. You think you're thinking of there. Okay, I do see a vase here, but I don't know why. You think this has those flowers? You think those are specifically the Cowley lilies? Those don't look like lilies to me, but not that I would know. Okay. Well, all right. Let's start pursuing possibilities here. I think maybe we go back and forth between some supernatural religious stuff to insurance stuff. Let's try the bookstore. Let's follow up one of our early theories that someone had a book on this cult and was trying to frame them. The Bard's Last Stand, M82. The Bard's Last Stand, as books displayed on many stages everywhere, appears to be a homage to William Shakespeare. The clerk, Teresa, tells you that it's in defiance of the Baconian and mumbles something under her breath you choose not to hear. When you ask about the suspects in Mordecai's murder, she says, "We've got the Pip is Hip book, but I don't think that will help with your case. Such a shame he's gone missing, but it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy." Seeing your confused look, she continues, "Otto, he isn't a very nice guy by all accounts. You know what happens nowadays, famous people abusing their fans. You tell her you once wanted fans, but air conditioning's more useful." She's not amused. Chat says, on the VJ portrait, there's a Kaweah flower in the vase. Okay, first of all, I don't know what the VJ portrait is. So I don't know what you're talking about. Let's continue here then. So where did we just go? We went to the bookstore and we're just told that Otto, has everyone ended up, that's what I'm just thinking, like, is he painting these people's pictures because they've done bad things? Where's our one person that I don't know if they've done something bad? Is it just Catherine Meyer? No, she's doing some weird stuff. Oh, VJ Myers, Vice Justice, has been linked to the cult. She's working on passing laws. Let's see what laws she's passing. Let's go to the... Well, we went and saw her at the court. I mean, the problem is the flowers... Think about this for a second. These flowers that you're drawing a coincidence about, these pictures are from a year ago, and the flowers we just saw are from this year, a year later after the murders. So I can see why it would be significant if she stole the vase from this guy's place, but the idea that she would have the same flowers in it a year later doesn't make much sense. Let's check the insurance. Let's see if someone took out insurance, M18. Well, this is interesting. The insurers are happy to tell you they had provided Mordecai with a life insurance policy for £250,000. But sadly, after he was murdered, they found evidence that he had failed to disclose some material facts, so they couldn't pay out. According to several sources, he had consumed a bottle of red wine in 2013, even though he claimed he was teetotaling during his application in 2012, which invalidated the policy. Okay, a little satirical comment here about insurers finding ways to avoid paying out. Okay, but not really relevant. Okay, let's try to get some history from the tour guides, the pagan guides. I wonder if we can get a little bit more history into this town and the cult, M71. Pagan guides have the smallest single shop front you've ever seen, complete with a rotating stand of postcards. Kenneth Ptolemy greets you warmly and is already familiar with Mordecai's case. I don't do murder tours like those parasites at Majestic, but I can tell you that the symbol found on Mordecai's temple was a spirit warding spell. It's meant to stop the dead coming back to haunt people. Whoever killed Mordecai must have believed in that sort of thing. Okay? And then the other tourist company that he was just complaining about is Majestic, M47. Let's see if they complain about the pagan ones. Majestic Tours are currently running a Mordecai murder mystery themed tour and offer to show you around for free. You're not sure, but you're quickly ushered into a 4x4 and driven around the island. That's where he was killed, beams the tour guide Vincent, pointing to Mordecai's artist loft. You ask who murdered him, and Vincent responds, "Nobody knows, but it was probably Vice Justice Myers. Can't trust anyone in charge, can you?" With that, he veers off the road and starts heading toward the undulating hills. Okay, not very helpful to us. How about Town Hall? Maybe we can learn about the new rules she was passing. M103. Then maybe newspaper? Town Hall is home to the mayor, one member of the triumvirate that runs Merlehaven. It's buzzing with activity as early preparations are underway for the next annual Auk Fair to celebrate the discovery of the island. The mayor is nowhere to be found, but you grab a civil servant to ask about Mordecai Gray. That murder needs solving, you know? It's bad for tourism. None of the triumvirate commissioned those paintings, if that's what you're asking. Mordecai must have had his own reasons. This is what I've been saying. There's something weird about him making these paintings of these 6 people. Why did he want to paint these people? Like, maybe it's not that they're all murderers, but have they all had some person die recently? How about healthcare? Till dawn till dusk. I'm interested in death and people who are dying recently and stuff like that. So maybe we can get some information at the healthcare place. M21. Dawn till Dusk till dawn healthcare is in chaos when you arrive, as one of their guests has gone missing. They know nothing about your silly case, but say if you happen to find a tattooed octogenarian on your walkabouts, let them know. If you visited the tattoo parlor today, keep reading. This is going to be Pearl. You let them know you found Queen Pearl at the parlor, and they're elated. You want to point out it's really the first place they should have looked. However, you ask again if they have any information of Mordecai Gray. They tell you that they do have records for Mr. Hahn. He made an inquiry a couple of years ago about the availability at the home for his mother and how debilitated she'd need to be for them to consider a permanent residency. More connection between the people he's painting and death of their relatives. Dominique had a terminally ill father. Lilith Rendell had parents that owned the funeral home. Finch killed her sister with a tennis racket, and parents are missing. Otto Otto ended up, whose career ended after a fan took a fatal overdose in his hotel room. So Otto ended up someone died because of him. This guy was surgeon, ended up killing people, and his mother now was so ill and she died. Catherine Myers, is there Catherine Myers and Lilith? Did they end up killing someone we don't know about? Jonathan says, I'm not sure I'll be able to solve all the paranormal stuff going on. This feels like the meta narrative you uncover from playing multiple rounds of the video game. It also may be that the solution, once we figure out who did it, who killed him, the solution gives us this supernatural thing, and we're not meant to solve it. I agree with that. I agree with that. How about this? Okay. Let's go back to our real detective work. We've got two candidates, Xavier and Lilith, right? So Xavier says he was waiting home all day for his ex-wife, right? Okay. Now, so if we want to check his alibi, it seems to me one thing we could check is if the wife actually showed up and he wasn't home. That would invalidate his alibi. Caroline never showed. Waiting for Caroline to come home. Caroline never came home. I've still got my mother's junk to get rid of. Have you bought any antiques? So, Xavier Hahn, his ex-wife, Carolyn Hahn, she had been serving time on the mainland for the attempted murders of Xavier and his mother. Released early. Tampering of evidence. Her sister, Claire Aldingham. Bingo. I knew that name. Her sister lives in town. There it is. Claire Aldingham. Party planners. Let's talk to Xavier Hahn's ex-wife, sister, Claire Aldingham, M15. I knew I recognized that name. Thank you. The recent newspaper article mentioned Claire Aldringham, so you decide to give the party planner a call. She tells you her sister Caroline was falsely accused of the murder of Xavier's mother, and she took the fall for him. You ask how his mother died, and she replies, by lethal injection. Just because Caroline was a nurse, they blamed her, but Xavier was just as capable. He was the one that got the inheritance. You thank her for her time, but not before she says he'd happily kill again. That one. No humanity in him. Lethal injection. Well, it makes complete sense that he killed his mother and that the ex-wife got blamed. The problem is that the method of this murder of Mordecai Gray is bizarre. Like, that is not someone who just wants to kill someone. And what's this guy's motive? Let's reread again what the newspaper thinks. Oh, let's visit the newspaper. But what's Xavier's motive? Believes Mordecai knew more than he should about their situation. Is Xavier talking to the dead? Is that what he's doing? Is he talking to the dead and then trying to blackmail people? Look at this. Nobody knows why he chose them. I think he's talking to the dead. DJ Moneycut says, any guess about what errand he was running just before he got killed? That's a great question. We're told he had one more errand to run. Hmm. Marco says, could Xavier have done it with Jenna as an accomplice? Hmm. I mean, just because Xavier could have done it doesn't mean he did do it. Let's try the newspaper. And then we could go to the Museum of Non-Natural History. So first of all, the newspaper is M100. Let's go there. I mean, it is, I think identifying his last, I think that's a great point about he was told he had one last errand to do. I think that's a great question if we could answer it. Journalists at the Chronicle flap around you on your arrival until you ultimately end up talking to their chief, Harlow Bowlby. He asks if you have any news to print, and you say everything is strictly confidential at the moment. You ask to speak to Daniel Breckridge, the journalist behind the Why Done It article, but Bowlby shakes his head. That was an anonymous piece just pushed under the door one day. Happens more than you'd think. You ask what everyone else in the office does, and he says, they mostly make coffee and sell advertising space. That sounds right. Xavier's wife got off due to evidence tampering. Isn't our autopsy missing? Yes. Well, if you had one last errand to run, what would that errand be? you had an errand to run, what would it be? Hardware, cleaning, computer repairs. Lakeside surgery, doctor. Let's go to see a doctor. Let's see if our guy. You might go to the dry cleaners to pick up your outfit. You might go to an electrician about a hidden camera you've got set up. You might go to the post office to mail a package. You might go to a tailor to pick up your suit for your opening night. Let's try those just thematically. You might go to a cobbler to get your shoes. So I'm going to try to go to those things that you would go to before an opening night. So dry cleaners, M25. You ask the dry cleaners if they're able to do 1 hour service, as they appear to have made quite a mess of your outfit today. They don't. Okay. Not the dry cleaners that he went to on his errand. How about the post office, 60, to mail a package? You ask the post office if they have anything. They say fill out a form. You decide to leave. Okay. What errand would you have to run? Errand sounds like picking up something. How about the tailor, M32? You pop into Hills to upgrade your investigator's attire. They recommend a deer stalker, a pipe, and monocle. You settle for something off the shelf. Okay. All right. No places to go to these places. No reason to go to these places, and the game is confirming that. That was the tailor. How about a taxi that may have taken someone to his place? The good old cab logs. Maybe they have a record of a year ago. All this walking is doing you good, so you decide to hail a taxi to your next destination. The driver is excited to exchange banter when he realizes you're working the case. It's got to be one of the twins, hasn't it? I took them quite a few places, and you never knew which one you were going to get. Sunday, Monday. Rumor has it there was a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, too. He laughs loudly to himself. You ask what he means. Their parents were scientists, experimenters. Some reckon they cloned those twins time and time again. When one died, they just start over. You ask how that might be connected to the murder. I don't know. That's your job. Okay, it sounds like just some fun rumors going around. Doesn't really help us. All right, let me check in with the chat. No help. If we think like detectives, we got two people, right? We got two people. One says I was performing the autopsy till 8 p.m. One person says I was waiting home for my ex-wife to come. Neither of them have alibis we can prove. Okay, so now let's look at the other means, method, opportunity. The doctor killed his wife with lethal injection. So he's capable of murder, but he probably would have a hard time getting ketamine. Whereas Lilith finds ketamine all the time. So she's got ketamine. Okay. Motive. Lilith has a motive. He's threatened to expose her. As far as the doctor goes, we have no reason to believe Mordecai should know anything about whether this guy framed the wife. How should he know that? Newspaper suggests he might, but I don't know how he would. Motorcycle picking up the antique knife. We've also connected that with Lilith and Jenna. So all signs point to Jenna. Jenna and Lilith. No signs point to the doctor. If you want some more island lore, try the Great Auk Charity. Okay, let's try that. Accountants, dream catcher, bakeries, beauty salons, blacksmith, boat maintenance, bars and clubs, builders, butchers, caterers, charities, Auk Society, MO7. Someone mentioned the Auk Society actually in the game, so it's not crazy that we would go there. John says there's something about it in the lore of the video game. The volunteer who greets you at the Auk Society is eager to tell you about their goals and activities. The fabled great auk was originally thought to be extinct when the last specimens were killed in 1844 in Eldey off the coast of Iceland, she says, but they reappeared in 1953 along with Merlehaven itself. Sadly for the remaining auk, they were hunted to extinction again by the crab fishermen who settled here. You ask what the society does exactly. The Auk Society raises funds to promote awareness of the bird and to pay for expeditions that might find another specimen. When you ask about Mordecai Gray, she replies, a brilliant artist who did much for our cause, such a sad loss. None of the suspects are donors, by the way, so I don't mind who killed him. You smile and leave after that very unexpected admission. None of the suspects are donors, so I don't mind who killed him. Not sure what that means. Okay, well, that didn't help very much. Now, we are interested in the cult, so maybe this church will have something to say about the cult. Where was our church? No, the chapel. Okay, M53. Right there. A solitary caretaker greets you at Merlehaven Chapel. You gather from Rom that not many people visit nowadays, mainly just tourists. When you ask about Mordecai Gray, his face scrunches up a little and he whispers, if you're looking for the luxurious, you come to the wrong place. Chapel's for everyone, but not for cultists. Before you can delve deeper, he disappears into a confession booth. You follow inside, but there's no sign of Ron. Perhaps there's a secret door. That doesn't really help. Is that serious that we should be looking for a secret door? How about psychiatrist? Maybe one of our people confessed to a psychiatrist. M75. Professor Alderby is a well-spoken gentleman in his 50s, and he's happy to assist you with your investigation. None of the suspects were under my psychiatric care, but I have heard of the Luxuris cult before. I believe its members call it the Church of Luxuris. It was formed years ago to protect Merlehaven against the spirit world, but was later disbanded when the paraphernalia of divination was made illegal. He gestures you to sit on a green leather Chesterfield sofa and chuckles. Luxuris is a bit like Merlehaven's own Freemasons. It was only banned because it became too good at what it was set up to do. Anyway, let's get down to business, shall we? How can I help you with your problems today? Let's shrink that head of yours a bit. Okay, that's it. He wants a new client. Okay. A little bit of flavor text about the cults, but not much real help. Let me suggest that they're all in the cult. They've all got some familiarity with this cult. They're all in the cult. How does that help us? Museum. Yes, let's go to the Museum of Unnatural History, M101. Are they all in a cult? And have they can't all be involved. We've got alibis. All right, Museum of Unnatural History. Is this going to crack our case wide open? Let's see. Museum is a square stone building overlooking the docks. You arrive there just as the curator is closing up and are surprised to see a familiar face. Dr. Crispin Howe, he says, holding out his hand. How may I help you? He nods thoughtfully as you explain what you're doing there. I'm glad our little show has brought you here. Merlehaven police are not known for their tenacity. He pauses as if wondering whether to proceed. As a recent expert on the case, I suspect Mordecai's murder is eminently solvable. Perhaps the biggest mystery is why he was murdered. That should be your focus, in my opinion. He stops you as you turn to leave. This is your first visit to Merlehaven, yes? Then be warned. Our island is not like other places. I recommend steering clear of the undulating hills. We don't call it the Museum of Unnatural History for nothing. And with that, he bids you adieu. The bigger question is why he was murdered. John says, this is the guy from the TV clips. Interesting. That's pretty fun. That's pretty fun that we met that guy. Okay, I do see there's a bar that was set the 1953 date. We were told that's the founding of the town. So why don't we go there, M88. Maybe we can learn a little bit more lore. I think this guy talks to the dead and then is blackmailing people. M88 is shut. Okay. What would his Let's go to the doctor. Let's see if we can't find someone selling ketamine to someone. Dr. Clancy is the only permanent GP on the island. She rifles through papers to answer your questions as she doesn't believe in computers. Her records show that Otto Pipistrel has the deadly allergy to ketamine, along with a phobia of needles. She also prescribed ketamine for Dominique Serrant's father to relieve his chest pains after exposure to mallow coal. Xavier Hahn has an injunction keeping him 100 feet away from ketamine. Professor Myers is on asthma medication. She pauses for a minute and turns her attention to you. Giving you a brief look up and down, she frowns and says she knows when people have visited the undulating hills and warns you against going there. Oh, that's creepy. Okay. But that seems to be consistent with everything we've figured out as well. Maybe there's our alibi for Xavier, and the only person left is Lilith and Jenna. But why? Why kill him? Why kill him? Why kill him on opening night when he's about to show off those pictures? That's very strange. That's very strange. Grocery store, I mean, that would be an errand. Is there any lumber yard we could talk about? We could find out about Xavier getting his wood. It's a good question. Real estate, restaurants, schools, grammar, elementary, transport, travel. Not really. I'm going to see if he tried to go to the grocery store, M29 and M30, as his last errand. M29 and M30. Grocery needs, Halloween displays, pumpkins. South had the biggest pumpkin, 51, although they both agreed on 50. This year, Quad is getting back at them with 100 pumpkins. Wendy is delighted that they had the biggest one. And now this year, Wendy is planning to surprise them with 101 pumpkins. Okay. Cleaners. Maybe they cleaned his apartment, says DJ Moneycut. That's a nice idea. Okay, where is the cleaners? Cleaning services. I like that idea. M52. Marina Yoshikawa greets you at her front door, doesn't invite you in. Sorry, she says, my own house is always the last one I clean. You nod in sympathy and ask if she works at any of the suspects' houses. No, I'm afraid not. Although Vice Justice Myers did ask me to do a deep clean at the manor once. It's a bit of an old-fashioned place. You ask her what she means, and she clarifies, well, their methods are a bit old-fashioned. I'm not really at liberty to say, but either they have a lot of electrical issues or they've been giving inmates electrical shocks. You mirror her shocked expression, and she continues. One of the journalists who was writing an expose inexplicably got arrested and was treated there too. Kim Park? They even employed her later, but I spoke to her at the cafe before all this, and she's not the same person at all. I reckon they shocked her. Mordecai, too. Someone was writing expose on Vice Justice's penitentiary. They arrested him. They gave him shock treatment, and he's not the same person anymore. Same thing happened to Mordecai. This person, Catherine Meyer, told us he was never the same after visiting the undulating hills. Well, we need to take another break. I'm not sure about this. All right, well, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Well, we're back. We've been playing for 6 hours now. And we've been treading water. It hasn't been unpleasant, but we're just getting little snippets of lore. I don't feel like we're really answering our main questions. It's so bizarre, the circumstances of the death. And we don't seem to be making much progress. And the motive for such a weird killing is so confusing. Just trying to think about how we're supposed to make progress here. Do we know if the symbol on Willis' wall was wrong, like the one on Gray? I was thinking West Arm was mailing an incriminating letter, but he didn't make it to the post office. If so, I wanted to follow up the idea of someone possibly wearing a costume. So I was thinking errands. Gift shop M84. It almost feels like at this point we should just read through this book here. We decide to grab a gift or two from the Smuggler's Cove. Replica diamond great ox sets you back 99 pounds, but you're sure you'll know someone who'll love it. Okay, what about the jewelers? M04 and M14. The Jewelers is not the retail store you expected at all, but rather a 10-story high office building, an anachronistic monolith, in an otherwise quaint seaside resort. The receptionist refuses to let you traverse any further unless you have an appointment with Lady Argenta. Quick-witted, you feign that you do, so she replies, Lady Argenta is with our suppliers in Paris. She'll be back in 4 days. Now, what was the name again? I'll need to check the register. There's Lady Argenta and Gallery Argenta, where our gallery is. So I want to remind you, when we go to the gallery, I want to read that again. When we go to the gallery, we meet Sasha setting up an anniversary tribute. She shows us the alibis. It all matches up. We ask who you think could have murdered Mordecai, and with a grin and a shiver, she looks around and says, this place. When we visited, where's the, I'm going to look at the place where we met that little girl. We had a little, we see a figure floating towards us, draped in white robe. You're expecting Catherine, but this figure seems larger. Suddenly shoots into the air, holding an antique dagger aloft. You turn to run. Standing directly behind you is Catherine. Gasping, you turn back to your assailant, but they disappeared. Merlehaven is full of magic. Church of Lexorus keeps us safe. Mordecai wanted to blackmail me to tell people I'm the head of the church, but it's meaningless. I'm preparing legislation. I had no reason. I just wanted to make him better, like all my patients. And then it was the lighthouse where we met the crazy, where we had the encounter. Where was that? The lighthouse, M98. Let's see what this is again. A young girl is watching you, watching the lighthouse, watching the sea. She's nervous at first, then introduces herself as Kira. She tells you Mordecai painted the doorway and was imprisoned for it. You ask her if she knew the artist. She nods. He was brave, but ultimately weak. He was brave, but ultimately weak. What does that even mean? Best guess, Lilith stopped supplying bodies, triggering Gray to expose her at the exhibition. To prevent it, she and Jenna staged the killing to frame the cult. I was just trying to see if there's anything in these paintings that's like exposing them. There's this guy and this thing. There was writing on the back of these, wasn't there? Nothing really helps us. Compostable coffins. Oh no. I'm gonna look up Lady Argenta's grammar school just because it's got that Argenta family in it again. Not open to the public. All right. How about if his last errand was for a transport company or to get a ticket out? Let's try those. He finds Sir Jeffrey Weller, owner of Auk Logistics, operating a forklift truck in the loading bay of the largest storage hangar you've ever seen. When he sees you want to talk, he immediately disembarks, leaving a giant container swinging precariously in the air. You ask if he has any business with the suspects or victim, but he shakes his head. Not unless they're shipping Merle port wine in or out of the country. You'd like to ask more questions, but the forklift is making strange creaking noises, so you bid him goodbye. How about travel agency M33? Too soon to book a holiday, but the travel agent does tell you that other than by military helicopter, the only way on or off the island is by sea from the docks. Okay. Let's go to the Finch tennis courts. At least that is relevant for our case. I don't think we did we talk to her? When you arrive, Sunday Finch is training against an automated serving machine alone. She continues to play while it unloads the full clip and then heads back to her seat, grabbing a towel. I think we read this, didn't we? You want to know about Mordecai, the murderer, I assume. You nod and ask about her alibi for the time of the murder. I was with Annika and Teresa. Just go ask them. Circling back to the term murderer, you inquire. Oh, yeah, this is the part. She says it was killed with the clock, but we know that's a lie. Boy, what was the other errand he was on? This is so strange. Internet provider, M67. Millhaven Telecom is a sealed buildings run by a Spanish company that visits occasionally to service everything. Your Wi-Fi connection is noticeably worse here. Okay. So, but what about the jewelers? I didn't finish looking for my idea that someone was in a fake Halloween costume. Oh, yes, we did. That was the Argenta. Well, I'm at a bit of a loss here. I mean, there are other places to go, but I just don't know why. I don't know why we would. Accountants? 105. You're greeted as soon as you enter the glazed windowed office of Walters and Daughters by Jenny Pobus, who eagerly tells you she's one of the daughters. She's disappointed when she realizes you're not there to get your accounts done, still willing to help. You ask if any of the suspects or victims were clients. Otto Pipistrel used to be. He's currently unemployed, doesn't need our services. Most businesses here are registered in the UK and have a mainland account. Only they knew the tax breaks available in Merlehaven. You thank her for her time, and she hands you a mortgage leaflet as you leave. Perhaps she thinks you'll be moving to Merlehaven. How about Circe Jewelers M14? I'm inclined to just scan through this book. Engagement and wedding rings. She mentions business is not booming. Lady Argenta's firm has all but run her out of town. Do you know anything about the murder? She can only recall that Otto Pipistrel came in around that time to order the most expensive diamond engagement ring they had, later canceled the order. Disposable relationships are killing my business, says the woman who tried to marry you at first sight just a few minutes ago. I can't, this is so weird because I can't tell if we're missing something big somehow, or if we're not meant to ever make any more progress on this, on understanding, and we should have just been looking at alibis and picking the one person with the worst alibis. The really weird thing is this is hunt a killer style ending, in that there's no hints, there's no online questions, you just open the solution booklet when you're done. So maybe we'll just skim this, but I'm not sure. I mean, I could have just, it would have been easier if I had marked which ones we read here, though. But here's going to the dentist. Let's see, his graveyard says, if found, bury me again in the hills. Mordecai's autopsy report went missing. Look for someone without an alibi at 7 p.m., the time of the murder, someone who had access to ketamine, who knew about the knife at the antique store. They didn't have to pick it up themselves, did they? I mean, this has just got Lilith and Jenna's name all over it. This stuff here. So I'm guessing that's what it's going to be. Let's see. We've got a landscape, I created a web presence for Dominique on a deferred payment. She said I get paid once Mordecai sold her portrait, but that's not likely to happen now, is it? You ask why Dominique might want Mordecai dead. Norma shrugs. I don't know. Maybe she thought her painting would sell for more if he was posthumous. She's a sly marketer. Probably offer a job here. Okay, not much of a motive. Dry cleaner, gym. These are all places we've went. Chemist, bar, tours, tire shop, forest, where Jenna is. He got arrested for painting a doorway. Mines are shut. Chapel. Post office. Electricians. They seem like they're holding something back. We heard they're electrocuting patients at the manor. We don't condone that. We didn't install it. Boiler service. Boat service. Donuts. Cinema. Catering. Let's see. She often does catering for Galleria Argentina when they have a special exhibition. She hasn't worked for them since she had a weird experience. She tells me she arrived late one night, fell asleep waiting for Sasha to come by and pay her. When she woke, the gallery had completely changed with different rooms everywhere. After falling asleep again, everything went back to normal. You thank her for your time and notice some suspicious looking mushrooms growing in the garden out back. Okay. We go to a school. Go to a school. She says they did have Xavier Hahn. When I told him Mordecai Gray was coming to paint the children's yearbook, he lost his mind. He shouted at me, said Mordecai was the devil, and that I shouldn't let the children near him. You ask if Mordecai ever did paint the children. No, he never got the chance. He was murdered before we could benefit. That's weird. Well, Xavier doesn't like him. That doesn't seem very useful. Here's an entry about the seventh guest house. Legend has the seventh guest house is haunted by the former owners. The only place on the island you can find to stay. Bank manager, meals. butcher shop, the docks, anonymous piece, blacksmith remembers making tiny horseshoes to fit Otto's puppet Pip for a joke. Undulating hills, that was the weird, made us hallucinate. We don't exterminate pets, enemies, family members, ghosts, goblins, or witches. Anything else we can try? There's the farm, deluxe pizza. One of the delivery drivers remembers last Halloween because some kids had thrown eggs at his car. I delivered to the house across from Dr. Han. I saw him flicking a table light off and on, holding a rifle pointed at his door. I just assumed it was a Halloween thing. You say it's important if he can remember the time of the delivery. Sure, he says it was my first stop, so it was just after 7 p.m. Okay, so that cinches it. It's a restaurant that delivered to the house across from Dr. Han. I saw him flicking a table light on and off, holding a rifle pointed at his door. I assumed it was a Halloween thing. You say it's important if he can remember the time. Sure, it was my first stop, so it was just after 7 p.m. So this is our last piece of our puzzle. We had two people whose alibi we couldn't lock down. We said if we could lock down one of them, it would be very helpful. And this last entry seems to lock down Xavier Hahn's alibi. We now have it independently corroborated, so now we know it's Lilith. So I don't know how we were supposed, that's just luck that you would stumble on that. The chat wants me to reread Sophia's entry. You'll have to remind me which one that was. Sophia Ruiz, M85. This is the person right outside the graveyard or something. The only one I've spoken to is Lilith Rendell. She came here a couple years back with her friend. I can't remember. She runs the force. Anyway, Lilith wanted some advice about joint ownership of the funeral home. But I told her she'd need to talk to a lawyer about that. That's all we do here. The pair of them got a bit agitated and skidded away on their two-wheeled death machine. So, I mean, they're on a motorcycle, but I don't know why they got skittish about joint ownership of the funeral home. All right, well, we've read everything, so I guess we're ready to accuse Lilith and Jenna, but we don't really, we think Mordecai is blackmailing. We know Mordecai is blackmailing her. We just don't know why to kill him in such a crazy way. Oh, because they're blaming the cult. That's it. I think maybe it's that simple. Are they blaming the cult or do they believe in the cult? I can't remember if we decided that. I can't remember if we decided that she knows the symbol is wrong. He had no respect for the dead, which is ironic considering how he's turned out. Bodies aren't meant for storage crates. Bone saw. You exit, but not before noticing a few strangely familiar chalk symbols drawn on the basement walls. So maybe she is a believer, but I don't know why she... It could have been Jenna. Okay, and not Lilith. Let me see. Lilith says, I've seen that symbol before. It's a spirit warding spell. Yeah, to stop bad things. They're already dead. How much worse can it be? Would you know how to draw it? Mom drew these in the mortuary, so yeah, I could give it a go. Okay. Well, I guess we're going to look at the questions now. We've read everything. I don't know if there are questions. We have no idea. We just know it's time to open the solution envelope. So let's see what happens. We need to look over this again. Door handle's not locked. Light switch, turned it on. Victim tied to the chair, arms behind their back, drenched with blood, pooled on the floor. Nothing I could do. No pulse. Wooden chair. They didn't find the rope. They didn't find the knife, but the knife had been thrown out. Strange similar's forehead that had been drawn in blood. They used this timing to their advantage. All right, let's find where is our solution envelope. Not an envelope, it's just a little folded thing. Let's see, is it in here? Okay, here we go. This document contains the solution to the game. Do not read until you're ready to finish playing. We recommend visiting at least 30 locations before reading. When ready, make your accusations and turn the page. Okay, so we're going to accuse Lilith and Jenna combined. And I'll tell you why we think it's both of them. And it's the knife is the reason why we think it's both of them. Neither of them have an alibi for time. You might imagine one of them did it. You'd have to imagine Jenna, the person with the motorcycle at the antique shop has to be Jenna. But she asked for the item by case number. And we were told that Lilith came in earlier. I believe that's right. Maybe I shouldn't just believe it. I better look it up. So it was the antique shop. Let's remind ourselves how that goes, Ismail. So Ismail says, this is the key paragraph, so maybe we should read it again carefully. Okay. Catherine Myers is a regular. She usually doesn't buy anything. Sunday Finch picked up something. Okay. And then he says, Someone picked up the dagger. It was a motorcyclist. They never opened their visor. Average height. They coughed. They smelled like coffee, perhaps. Wearing perfume. So we think this is all flower stuff. But they order it by case number. So no mention of Lilith ever being here? That's a little troubling then, isn't it? I thought we heard that Lilith was in here. How do we know it wasn't just Jenna now? Now I'm a little troubled. Jenna would be the one to draw it wrong because she's just visiting Lilith at her undertaker, sees the symbols, copies them. How do we know Lilith is involved in this and it's not just Jenna? I was going to say it couldn't be just Jenna because Lilith was the one who spotted the dagger, but now I don't know. Other than that, he doesn't recall anyone else from the suspect list visiting the store. John says, I don't think it can just be Jenna. She's not one of the 6 suspects the game presents. If it's following the rules from the video game, it has to be one of the 6. Yeah, I agree. It would be an odd situation. Let me just reread Jenna and her forests again. Marigolds, M51. Lilith looks hot. We have so many. We rent the crates. She picked up a body. I offered to help, but you can't fit 3 people on a motorbike. You told me it was authentic 19. I think I must really love old things. You're not sure if that's meant to be a compliment, but you decide it's best to leave in any case. Maybe Jenna doesn't have enough knowledge about the keys to get in and stuff, so it has to be Lilith too. Okay, so Lilith and Jenna. Here we go. Are we ready? Do we need to get on the record? I shouldn't get lazy. Let's get everyone on the record. There's 8 people, YouTube says, currently watching. Get on the record who you're going to accuse. Make your accusations, turn the page. When you're ready to finish the game, solve the case, read the solution. All right, so I am going to agree with, I think Lilith has to be involved because only she knows where the keys are to get in. And she's got the ketamine. Okay, Lilith and Jenna. And it's about blackmail. And are they trying to frame the cult? They're not in the cult. They're trying to frame the cult. But why such a... It's strange that it's such a brutal murder. Maybe they were trying to talk him out of it or something. Tie him up, tell him, threaten him. But he's too far gone and they have to kill him. But I think it's more likely it was the frame-up job. They've bought an antique knife that they know the cult uses. And they're trying to frame the cult. But what's going on with all the supernatural stuff here, I don't know. Marco says, last minute check. What about Xavier, who was in the antique shop, enters in play, drug in before 7 p.m., and then Jenna enters in play with the missing key to do the stabbing? I don't think it makes sense because our doctor can't get ketamine. He's given us his alibi. He was waiting for his wife all night. She never showed up, and that seems to have been confirmed. So I think the doctor is telling the truth about this, at least, that he was sitting there in his home waiting for the wife the whole time. So everyone is voting for Lilith and Jenna. Okay, let me just stop this, clear it, go back. All right, here we go. I don't know if Xavier knows about the knife in the antique shop. Yeah, I don't think so either. All right, we're doing it. Who murdered Mordecai Gray? Murder investigations can get complicated fast, chasing leads such as who had access to the spare key, the rope used to tie Mordecai up, and the chalk residue won't leave you any the wiser. Hopefully you found this out the easy way. Instead, Merlehaven's Unsolved Mysteries had the right idea. The killer had to be someone without an alibi for the time of the murder, who had access to ketamine, and who visited Ishmael's antique shortly before Halloween so they could see and purchase the murder weapon. Vice Justice Catherine Myers seemed highly suspicious. She had access to ketamine via Merlehaven Manor Dispensary. She was also a regular visitor to Ishmael's and an avid collector of antique daggers. Mordecai had tried to blackmail her over her involvement with the Church of Luxurious, but Catherine told you she was working to legalize the church's activities. If true, she wouldn't have had any reason to want him dead. Regardless, the ketamine supplies at Merlehaven Manor weren't tampered with, and a trip to Gallery Argenta, along with Sasha Venice's witness statement, corroborated Catherine's alibi for the time of the murder. In her statement, burlesque dancer Dominique Sarant mentioned Mordecai had promised her a share of her portrait's sale price, and according to Queen Pearl, she was annoyed with Mordecai over money matters. Dominique had access to ketamine as it had been prescribed for her dad before he died. However, according to Kestrels, all of the ketamine in her possession was returned before Halloween. Ishmael also had no recollection of her visiting his shop. More importantly, Dominique said she was waiting at the docks at the time of the murder, a claim that appeared to be backed up by the CCTV footage. Okay, so far so good. Undertaker Lilith Rendell said she was working at the morgue at the time of the murder. She admitted possessing ketamine, but there's seemingly little to link her to Ishmael's antiques apart from her friend Jenna. The newspaper article raised questions about Lilith delivering bodies to the hospital, and as it turns out, she was selling them to the manager there, something that could land both of them in serious trouble. With Lilith's confession that Mordecai had threatened to spill her secrets, it seemed Merlehaven's only undertaker had a lot to lose, especially considering her financial situation. Disgraced ventriloquist Otto Pipistrel had already had one skeleton in his closet after a fan overdosed in his hotel room. He was home alone on Halloween, giving him ample opportunity to kill. He also had a good motive for murder. He believed Mordecai had stolen his puppet, Pip, and he was determined to get him back. But Otto's still looking for Pip a year later, so if he didn't kill Mordecai, it was apparently for nothing. So if he did kill Mordecai, it was apparently for nothing. Ishmael has no recollection of Otto visiting his shop last October. Otto also has a ketamine allergy, so it's unlikely he'd have risked his own life to take Mordecai's. Tennis star Sunday Finch openly laid the blame for her sister's death at Mordecai's feet. There was ketamine in the basement lab at her home, and she'd visited Ishmael's Antiques a few weeks before Halloween. However, she claimed to be with friends at the time of the murder. Annika's video seemingly supported her alibi, and Ishmael stated that the dagger had been sold before Sunday's visited his shop. Sunday also wasn't being entirely honest about the cause of her sister's death, and the truth was much more sinister. If anyone deserved revenge, it probably wasn't Mordecai. Clockmaker Xavier Hahn was a regular customer at Ishmael's, but said he hadn't been there for months. He also claimed he had an injunction against ketamine. Surprisingly, this turned out to be true, meaning it was unlikely to be his drug of choice to commit murder. In terms of motive, it's possible Mordecai knew the truth about his mother's death, something Xavier would have been keen to keep quiet. Xavier was enjoying a takeaway pizza at his Clockwork Emporium, and a sweep of the local restaurants can turn up a delivery driver who recalls seeing Mr. Hahn in his house at the time of the murder. Someone was enjoying a takeaway pizza, but I don't think it was Xavier. That might, whatever. But it's still his alibi. Okay, so who done it? Once you eliminate the impossible, the truth becomes clear. Catherine was at Gallery Argenta at the time of the murder. Dominique was at the dock, so they couldn't have done it. Otto and Xavier didn't have alibis, but Xavier's story at least is backed up by the delivery driver who saw him. The video footage confirming Sunday's alibi could have been faked, but use of paraphernalia of divination is illegal on Merlehaven. If she and her friends were going to lie, why would they use footage that showed them using a Ouija board? Neither Otto nor Lilith appears to have stepped foot in Ishmael's shop, but Merlehaven's Unsolved Mystery stated that the purchaser of the dagger was wearing motorcycle leathers and a helmet. Ishmael also recalled they smelled of coffee. It's circumstantial at best, but a trip to the Black Dahlia coffee shop confirmed that Otto and Lilith are regulars there. However, Otto had a fatal allergy to ketamine, which made him unlikely to be the killer. And the friend Lilith meets at the coffee shop is Jenna, a motorbike owner and a regular visitor to Ishmael's shop, who could have procured the murder weapon for her. If any more confirmation is needed, it's known that Lilith had a spare key to Mordecai's loft, that her gloves were powdered with the same chalky substance found on the rope, and she was familiar with the symbol drawn on his forehead. But even without those details, it's clear Lilith was the killer. With all other suspects eliminated, she was the only one who could have murdered Mordecai Gray. That's it. That's the solution. Well, let's take a 5-minute break and come back and talk about this game. I'll see you in 5 minutes. You have been watching Co-op for Two, 8 of you, and we just played through Murdering Muses, a case files game based on the video game of the same name. And now we're going to talk about the experience. Well, first we should say this is an unusual game. It's from a company that's made a video game that is in itself a little unique, a little randomized, so you never know who the culprit's going to be. You can play it multiple times. And a company that makes physical murder mystery dinner type games. In those games, there is a mystery murder to solve, but mostly it's about people role-playing their characters over dinner and having fun doing that. And we got a bit of a hybrid here, a bit of a cold case game, a case file game, with mostly interviews of witnesses and persons of interest, and little newspaper report, a small police file report. And this really is an odd little duck here, because then we've got 4 little very short transcriptions of videos that we saw, that we watched, which were were well done, kind of fun, but very little actual content in them. A weird choice. But atmospherically, I guess they worked. And then we had this whole directory paragraph thing that is reminiscent of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, games like that. And with some art. And then, keeping with being a sort of novel hybrid thing, there was a real supernatural element to the game, which revealed itself as we were playing. But it wasn't clear how much was relevant to our case. And in the end, it simply came down to figuring out who didn't have a timeline motive, really. And then who had access to stuff. No questions, no online hints, no score, just when you're ready, read the solution. And the solution went through all of our suspects and whether they could have done it or not. And we got it right, but no real explanation for what motivated such a gruesome killing. We're told right in the beginning how weird it is that they killed him exactly at 7 p.m. when the show was supposed to open. And the circumstance of the murder is very odd. Someone drugged him with ketamine, tied him up, and then stabbed him. It seemed very personal, very weird. Like, were they trying to get information out of him? Was it some ritualistic killing? Were they trying to frame this cult? Lots of unanswered questions that the game does not touch on, does not try to answer, does not give us an answer for. And the supernatural scenes really had us thinking, was he trying to live forever? Was he talking to the dead? He has this comment about willing his body, his money to the vessels underground. There was all kinds of supernatural teasing. And then in the end, it was like, well, it was blackmail, killing him for blackmail. And the whole thing about the 7 p.m. murder didn't have any relevance. Some very odd choices here. I would say overall, for me, an enjoyable experience because the writing was good and quick, snappy. So that the process was good and not painful. The fact that you've just got this list to go through means we could basically go through it. And as the comments say here on this video, it never was frustrating because we could also always just look something up here. And there were some fun elements. And I really enjoyed the supernatural elements here, but I guess a little bit of a letdown for me in terms of the final wrap-up and in terms of how much meat on the bone there was inside the story when we dug down. Like, it always felt to me like we were on the verge of discovering something exciting. We were on the verge of having a breakthrough, on the verge of learning what was really going on. And we never actually did, even at the end. So for me, that was the real letdown. Like, the high point was discovering that there was some paranormal, supernatural stuff. And then the low point was the idea when we got to the end, like, oh, it's never going to get explained. It's never even, like, I could live without an explanation, but it's never even really going to be explored in any real way. And we're never going to get a long entry. And I think, I'm going to look in the comments for a second, but that's the other sort of piece I want to talk about from a game design perspective that was a miss for me here, which is, I've talked about this before. If you think about sort of the formula for what makes a great Sherlock Holmes consulting detective game experience, and one of the magic formulas is you're sort of hunting for something, and then occasionally you get a big, long page to read. Something you can really sink your teeth into. A little aha moment, a real searching for something. You find it, you're like, oh my God, we've figured something out, and now we understand better. And I think if you think about that from a formula perspective, look at this book. They're sort of all short paragraphs. They're all very short. There's one or two entries where we discover a little bit more. But notice there's no page-long entry. Like, nothing is really meaty enough to feel like, oh, we've got the reward. We've discovered this place, and now it's really exciting. We've advanced the case. And that's with all of the materials here. I never felt like we really got something exciting to sink our teeth into. And that's a little bit of a shame. And the other thing from a game design perspective that I think is interesting, when I think of hybridizing the cold case files game with Sherlock Holmes consulting detective type game, my mind goes in the opposite order. I think and maybe this is again my focus on having these periodic rewards of a dump of lots of information. So from the way I think of it from a game design is you're sort of that it might be natural to be playing a Sherlock Holmes, like we should go here, we should go here. And then you might read a paragraph that's like, oh, now we discovered this letter. Go get the letter document. And then you got like a 2-page letter. They're like, wow, this sends us into Act 2, or this totally changes the case. This is some real stuff for us to sink our teeth into. So I think about Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective Directory being sort of the base, and then occasionally getting a big, meaty, long document. Whereas here we sort of had the opposite. We had started out by saying, read all the witness statements and the newspaper, and then as you read through them, occasionally you'll get one little snippet that you might want to read in here. And I don't think that doesn't seem as effective to me as the other way around. Although one thing that is cool about this is that all of the documents are the cold case documents, right? All of the documents are from a year ago. And then everything you do now is the current time, a year later. So that's a pretty cool way of dividing this. But you could imagine the reverse too. You could imagine that you start digging up a cold case by visiting places and talking to people. And then as you do, you uncover older documents. Just an idea. But for me, the biggest miss here is I wanted to know more about the supernatural world. What is really going on here? Why was he painting these pictures? Why did he choose these people? It does feel like maybe they had a bigger story planned and just let go of it. Not enough time. I'm not sure. All right, let me check in now with the chat here. John says, overall mixed, leaning towards positive. I'm sure part of my perspective is having played the video game. It didn't make the best first impression. Once we started visiting locations in the Leeds book, it became quite fun to see different parts of the island. You don't really do that in the video game. DJ Moneycut says, I like how they combined Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective with a bit of a cold case. Writing was good, tone a bit uneven between grounded and magical. I liked the case story. The added supernatural factor was also interesting as a red herring. In the end, it was straight police work with everything in square, logical, and satisfying way. I'm wondering how it compares to a video game. John says, it seems to me like they still want you to buy the PC game. DJ Moneycut is like me, saying I would have liked a better ending with some questions, more detail, but overall I enjoyed it. It didn't induce rage, which is a good thing. Even when we were struggling, it wasn't painful. Yes, that's true. DJ Moneycut says, feels like there's a world here, but we only scratched the surface. John says, the videos are basically from the PC game in that each night one question gets investigated. He introduces each night, so one night about ketamine, one night about the spare key, etc. The startling picture was nothing at all. Surprised about that. John says, seems like in the PC game, the meta-narrative is about learning more about the ghost girl. Okay, so the ghost girl is in the video game too, huh? All right. Marco says, I have to say, I like this one more than On Circus Ground. I appreciate the lack of puzzles, or to be fair, to acknowledge that a case can somehow be challenging without adding puzzles. It's a matter of taste. Well, they're two very different kinds of games. But you're right, On Circus Ground was cold case and puzzles, and this was cold case and Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective visiting of paragraphs. No puzzles. No puzzles in this game. No puzzles and no codes. I mean, we play a lot of games on this channel that don't have supernatural elements. So it was exciting to see a supernatural element. I just wish we could have gotten more of the story behind it, especially since the writing here is quite good. The writing here was creepy and good, and I would have liked to see more of it. More of a full descent into supernatural. Or more of a wrap up that the supernatural wasn't real and it was all inside the minds of the cultists. But it's sort of split the baby here in a way that wasn't entirely satisfying, even if it was still an enjoyable experience. I guess I would recommend it, although I'm not sure who to recommend it to. It's an odd duck of a game. I would recommend that they keep making these games. It is impressive that they just took it on their own to make this kind of hybrid game that we really don't see. It's very impressive to just jump out, and they're clearly got their hands in lots of different pots here with the video game, the murder mystery dinners, and now this. Pretty impressive stuff. I'd like to see longer form, more narrative based storytelling from this company. And they've already tried their hand, they've already done this hybrid thing with the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective and case file stuff. And the videos were actually well done and created this little spooky atmosphere to this game. I think I'd like to see more hybrid videos and cold case stuff. It's almost like they're definitely in hunt-a-killer territory in terms of high-quality multimedia. You could imagine a game, a longer, more meaty game that had more videos that you uncovered and revealed and could watch with real actors. I mean, I know we tend to like the offline stuff, but adding creepy atmosphere is something that not very many companies do well. It'd kind of be nice to play a cold case game where we saw more compelling, scary videos. Maybe a little bit more scary, a little more supernatural, lean into that rather than the all real world stuff. I would play another game by this company for sure. All right. Well, it looks like everyone's on the record, got their opinion. Marco says, what about the art? I mean, some paint was quite good, so maybe all our Photoshop photos are AI, but I mean, all of these had no meaning or purpose, and they just look like they're Photoshop with some filter that's not quite a blur, but something. So these add nothing, if you ask me. But on the other hand, you know, these were fine, but they had no relevance to the game or the lore or the supernatural. So that's a bit of a miss for me again, like wasted opportunity for me to make a scary world where, like, occasionally we play these games and there's like a drawing and it's like some illustration, and the more you look at it and you understand the story, the creepier it becomes. And I think there was a missed opportunity here. It didn't really do anything for me or add anything to it. And another, like, we were hoping that there was going to be a tie-in, right? Like, we study these at some point and be like, what's happening? Is this, why did he choose these people? Why did he take portraits of them? Does this tell us something about it? Is each one sitting there with the evidence of what they did? Are they all murderers? Is that why he's doing something supernatural with them? And it's just turned out to be, no, none of that's important. In the PC game, you match painting to plaques to reveal lore about the island. 2 versions for each painting, one more mundane and one more supernatural. Okay. Sounds like Jonathan, would you recommend the video game to people? Does it scratch a supernatural itch? And what about replaying it? Is it really replayable? Sounds like Jonathan was a little bit lukewarm on the game, but didn't hate it. On the video game, I mean. I'm trying to remember. I know they have done like three different video games. And I don't think they're all supernatural. John says, I haven't played more than one round, so I don't know about how great replay is. It had a creepy atmosphere, though. It's not super expensive. It's on Steam, and the Steam stuff frequently comes on sale at huge bargains. So maybe just wait until it's on sale. There are a couple of these procedurally generated content games. There's one very ambitious one where you follow people around and their lives to try to solve mysteries. This one sounds like it's a little less ambitious, but still pretty impressive. All right, let's end it here. A pleasure as always. Why don't I not commit to playing something tomorrow, since we did go for 7 hours? Probably better to take a break after a long night. So maybe we won't meet on Wednesday, which is tomorrow, but maybe, no, Thursday we're definitely off because I have stuff in real life on Thursday. All right, so probably the next time I see you will be Friday and Saturday. We're going to play Time Stories Cavendish. We'll see what that's about. If you want to help us decide what other games we play during October Halloween Marathon, there's a thread on the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. Link to that on the YouTube page. I'll see you all next time.